I bet I can terrify you with a single sentence. Tiger Woods driving a car. Ooh, even just saying that frightened me a little bit, like a scary story around a campfire. Golly. Yeah, Tiger Woods has just been involved in another rollover crash, and it's far from an isolated incident. He has quite a lot of these under his belt, and a lot of them, well, they were really his fault. And in a couple of cases, like in the one we're about to talk about that just happened a couple hours ago, under the influence of some substances. He has been charged with DUI in this one. He has an extensive history of these kind of accidents, dating all the way back to 2009 when he crashed into a fire hydrant in his neighbor's yard, and his wife at the time had to pull him from the vehicle. He went to a hospital and was later released. No charges were pressed there. However, a bit of a different story in his second go-around here in 2017 when he passed out behind the wheel of his vehicle and crashed. He was arrested and found to have prescription drugs and marijuana in his system. He pled guilty to reckless driving, but avoided jail time thanks to a plea deal. They then later dropped the charges of DUI and then spent a year on probation. And then in 2021, he had a major accident. It was a rollover crash where his SUV ended up rolling down a steep embankment. The police said that the crash was caused by excessive speed. He was traveling at 87 miles per hour in a 45 zone. And inability to navigate the curve. He needed surgery. He sustained serious injuries, but they didn't seek a warrant for blood tests because they said there was no evidence of impairment or intoxication, so there was no charges filed. It was ruled an accident. I feel like if this was any ordinary Joe Schmo, there probably would have been some charges for going fucking 87 miles per hour in a 45 zone. Was this guy trying to travel back in time like it's the DeLorean? Like, this is absurd. It's a miracle he didn't kill himself or someone else on the road. And really, it's miraculous he hasn't killed someone else from all of his accidents, including the one today, which was another rollover crash that he was involved in. It seems like Tiger Woods is more accustomed to his vehicles being on their side than on their four wheels. Now, this time it is a little different because they are pressing charges for DUI because they did see signs of impairment, not from alcohol, but from substances. Like, Tiger Woods and automobiles just do not mix at all. It's like fucking SpongeBob with the boatmobiles. I now truly understand how Mrs. Puff must have felt every time SpongeBob got behind the wheel of a boat.
Famed golfer Tiger Woods was involved in a rollover car crash, according to the local sheriff.
Our affiliate WPTV posted this photo from the scene. We're told the crash is in Martin County, Florida. That's about 27 miles north of Palm Beach. Local police say the Martin County Sheriff's Office is handling the crash investigation.
The 50-year-old golfer played in a match Tuesday in Palm Beach Gardens, Florida.
Tiger Woods has unimaginable wealth. You would think that he would have a driver or at the very least pay for an Uber when he is under the influence. Yet, multiple times throughout his life, he insists on driving impaired. Again, it is miraculous that he hasn't killed someone else or killed himself in one of these accidents. Genuinely, he should not have his license any longer. For the safety of all the innocent people that have to share the road with him, he cannot be trusted behind the wheel of a vehicle. He is a worse driver than the drooling zombies in Grand Theft Auto Online who are like intentionally crashing into people and things. This guy is fucking dangerous behind the wheel of an automobile, and he cannot stop himself from driving impaired. It's such a crazy and sad fall from grace for Tiger Woods because he is undoubtedly one of the best to ever do it in his respective sport. One of the best golfers of all time, just so dominant. But over the years, he has sabotaged his legacy, wiped his ass with his reputation. Like, I remember in 2010, when all of his affairs were coming to light about how he was having sex with, like, every woman on the planet with a pulse, you had to be, like, checking under your bed just to make sure Tiger Woods wasn't waiting there to fuck your mother. And now, like, all of these accidents, it's so sad. It really is.
So just before 2 p.m. today, the Jupiter Island Police Department, which is where we currently are, received a call of a rollover crash about 2.5 miles from where we are. The Jupiter Island Police Department responded out there and found a pickup truck pulling a pressure cleaner trailer and a Land Rover which was rolled over on the driver's door, and we're going to provide you photos of that. The investigation started, and initially, right off the top, it did appear that the driver of the Land Rover might be impaired.
Here's one of the photos from the crash that's been circulating. You can see that his vehicle is rolled over and it's in front of a fire hydrant. This is 2 out of 4 of his crashes right around fire hydrants. One of them, it had him blasting the fire hydrant, so I guess this is a marginal improvement there because he didn't just destroy it. This time he crashed in front of it. Don't exactly know what that means, but maybe there's just something about fire hydrants that makes Tiger Woods want to crash into them or crash around them. Anyway, though, when the authorities showed up to the scene, they noted signs of impairment. They believed that he could have been under the influence. So immediately, it's something that they started to pursue and investigate.
Our investigation revealed as follows. Shortly again before 2, the pressure cleaner truck pulling a trailer, a small trailer, was northbound on South Beach Road and was pulling kind of to turn into a driveway. It was slowing down, starting to turn into a driveway, and the driver of that vehicle looked in his mirror and saw a Land Rover, a dark-colored Land Rover, overtaking him at high speeds, and I don't know those speeds.
If history's taught us anything, it was probably 87 miles per hour through there. That would be my guess. If I had to give a little ballpark figure there, I would estimate probably 87 miles per hour on the dot, is what I would say. He seems to love to just fucking zoom through in excess of 80 miles per hour in these zones that are not conducive to those kinds of speeds.
The Land Rover kept overtaking him. He saw it coming, so he tried to edge off to the side of the road, but this is a small 2-lane road, and there was no shoulder for this pressure cleaner gentleman to get off the side of the road. As he was trying to move to the side of the road, the Land Rover overtook him at the last minute, swerved to avoid a collision, but clipped the back end of the trailer of the pressure cleaner apparatus, listed to the side, and then rolled on the driver's door north past the truck that had just avoided the crash with.
That's how the rollover crash happened. Tiger Woods was looking to overtake this pressure washing vehicle, doing so at a very high rate of speed. The pressure washing vehicle tried to get off the road there, probably out of fear for their own safety, seeing this fucking loose cannon barreling down here, just zipping through. So he's trying to get off the road to avoid a collision, avoid like a catastrophic accident. Tiger Woods, however, does not do a great job here at avoiding it, and instead clips the back, and it causes him to roll over. I will just never be able to understand this mentality demonstrated by Tiger Woods here. I don't get it. I don't see why he wouldn't just pay for an Uber, why he wouldn't have a driver, or why he insists on just driving recklessly in the first place, trying to like bully every other vehicle off the road for him. Like everyone needs to clear out of the way. We're all just NPCs in Tiger Woods' world here. So, like, even outside of him driving impaired, he also just drives extremely recklessly, extremely fast. He is a dangerous driver.
The individual driving that Land Rover was able to crawl out the passenger door of the car and was identified to be Mr. Tiger Woods. Our DUI investigators came to the scene here, and Mr. Woods did exemplify signs of impairment. They did several tests on him. Of course, he did explain the injuries and the surgeries that he had. We did take that into account. But they did do some in-depth roadside tests, and when it was determined, he was placed under arrest and taken to the Martin County Jail.
He must have been tweaking for them to immediately show up and recognize, like, this guy's on some shit, and just start instantly conducting these tests on the scene. Tiger Woods must have been really, like, off the walls or something. So they did some roadside tests. They determined that DUI was likely, so they placed him under arrest, brought him to the jail for further investigation to confirm. They also state explicitly that they didn't believe it was alcohol that he was under the influence of.
At the Martin County Jail, and even on scene, we really weren't suspicious of alcohol being involved in this case, and that proved to be true at the jail. So Mr. Woods did a breathalyzer test, blew triple zeros, but when it came time for us to ask for a urinalysis test, he refused, and so he's been charged with DUI, with property damage, and refusal to submit to a lawful test. In the crash, no one was injured. Mr. Woods did not seem to be injured at all, and the other gentlemen were not injured. But this happened a few hours ago, so I've given you the information that I have.
Again, it's extremely lucky that no one was injured in a Tiger Woods impaired driving accident. something that he has become known for. Now, as the officer explained, he wasn't under the influence of alcohol, according to the breathalyzer, and according to those on scene, they didn't believe it was alcohol related. They believed it was other substances. So he refused to do the urinalysis to confirm what substances they could have been, which led to them slapping the charges of DUI and the refusal to submit to that test. So yeah, overall, not good here from Tiger Woods. Really not good. As I've said thousands of times now, I have no respect for drunk drivers or anyone driving impaired, risking their lives and the lives of all the innocent people on the road around them that have to share this road with them, who are making the incredibly dangerous and stupid fucking decision to drive impaired. It is just inexcusable, especially for someone like Tiger Woods, who has endless resources to not have to do something like that and make a decision like that. Uber, a friend, his own fucking personal driver, like endless options that aren't Tiger Woods behind the wheel of a vehicle while under the influence of substances. It's just so fucking degenerate, man. It's so scummy. Anyway, just wanted to yap about it. That's really about it. See ya. It's been a little too long since I took a peek at the latest and greatest whatnot crash outs. They always tickle me, but I've just been absent, and today I've had the itch, so I went to see what's been going on with whatnot sellers crashing out.
Okay. Back bottom right. Okay. MP is the craziest shit for this card I've ever heard of in my entire life.
A little bit of background on the terminology here. MP typically refers to the condition of a card moderately played, which means you can see a little wear and tear on it with a little bit of too much love, passion, and goo and stuff like that. So moderately played would mean that the condition of the card isn't pristine. The card he's showing off is very clearly not moderately played, and the person who said MP clarified that they were talking about market price. They are new to Pokemon, and they were saying that they found the market price MP for this card at like $300 or something. And this guy is about to go ballistic all off of that misunderstanding.
I'm sorry. I would never do this in a million years, but Sheldon, this guy can go fuck his mother. Get the fuck out of here. I just want to let you know that that's the first guy since I've been streaming under this guy that I've ever kicked out of the stream.
You can actually hear the steam coming out of his ears. He is overflowing with rage. I don't even know what there is to get that angry about. Even if the guy was saying it looks moderately played, just be like, Buster, I disagree. Like, it's not even that big of a deal. It's not like it was blasphemous or, like, sinful or anything. But he gets so upset that he starts fumbling basic words. So he's like, I would never do this in a million years, but Sheldon, go fuck your mother. Also, this is the first guy that I'm kicking out since I've been streaming on this guy. He is seeing red and now fumbling words. So now he's saying he's streaming on this guy or whatever when he's trying to say, like, since I've been, fucking hawking shit on whatnot, this is the first person I'm terminating, banishing into the Shadow Realm.
I've never kicked anybody out of any stream I've ever done in my entire life. But to call this card MP, your mother can go fucking sit and spin on it and literally go never buy you sprinkles on your ice cream in your entire life. Sheldon, you know I love you, but like, go fuck that man. The fuck is this MP? Your fucking mother wishes she was MP and wish she put it in her. What the fuck?
This dude is very weirdly stun-locked on his mother. He's got a real mama thing going on here. Sheldon, it's your mother. Go fuck your mother. I hope she never buys you sprinkles for your ice cream again. Your mother wishes it was MP when it went inside of her, talking about penis. Wiener, that's right. She can sit and spin on it, Sheldon. You know I love you, though, but it's your fucking mother, and she got her titties out, and how about that for MP? Get out of here. I'm kicking you. Like, what the hell is going on? This guy's got, like, more aggression over this than fucking Kratos did. Like, this guy's going berserk over nothing. All because he's misunderstanding what the guy said in the first place. He was talking about market price, and he's interpreting it as him talking about the condition of the card. But even still, what an extreme blow up over absolutely nothing, even if it was him saying moderately played. It's crazy. The only thing that would be worth this kind of crash out is if someone smells like absolute shit because they don't take care of their hygiene. And the best way of fixing that is using the right soap. And the only correct decision when it comes to soap is Cheeky. And we've got my newest scent here, which is Licensed to Clean. This is the one that I personally worked on to make as like my optimal scent. So that's available now. Use cheeky.com. You can click the link in the description for 10% off. Best soap in the universe.
We can't keep it over 20. Bree's going to go the fuck home. Okay? That's where I'm at with it right now. No more further explanation needed. 3, 2, 1. If we can't make it over 20 for the fucking bags in play right now, I am going to go home. And we can try this shit again next week.
These are Disney bags, by the way. Cruella out here with a real fucking attitude because the price wasn't where she wanted it to be. People weren't going over $20 for this assortment of Disney merchandise. This one I just found to be really wacky because it's fucking Disney merch. Like, you would kind of expect the vendor for, like, Disney to be somewhat jolly, right? But meanwhile, you come in here and it's like, fuck you guys. You guys can all go suck a fart out of my butt. I hate you guys. Also, your mother can sit and spin on it. If this doesn't go over 20, I'm just not coming back till next week and we'll try it again. And if it happens again, well, then I'm going to come to your house and hit you with a hammer. It's what it is. Can we get this fucking Disney bag auction over 20 where it rightfully deserves to be? Or do you want to have your legs broken? The choice is yours. Up to you.
The prism of this card last sold for $4,000. We're at $700, guys. 700! No shot, bro. Literally 2, 1. I'm never gonna sell him whatnot. Never gonna sell him whatnot. Card's fine. It's a plate. It's a fucking plate, bro. Relax. It's a plate. It's a plate, bro. You're good. Literally $4,000 cards to $700, bro. Okay, bro.
I love the way this guy screams. It's very nostalgic sounding. It reminds me of like old Xbox Live when you kill someone with Commando Pro in Modern Warfare 2. Like, it actually sounds exactly what that sounded like over the mic. And this guy, he has a big temper tantrum because this card just went for less than he thought it should. So now he freaks out and starts throwing the card and busting his little setup there.
In this slap. You ain't getting no 10 now. You're getting a damage raw card. You're getting a damage raw card.
This guy's become notorious for these kind of crash outs. So that was just another example there where he had busted one out of the slab, crumpled it up, and then said that you're getting a raw card instead. I can't find the full context around that clip there, but I would imagine it's the same song and dance that I've seen for thousands of other whatnot crash outs where the auction doesn't really go the way they want it to, so it ends up going for less than they want. And in a lot of cases, what they end up doing is just blatantly scamming and like canceling the whole thing and whatever. But in some other cases, I've seen them have like a crash out moment and then do something really childish like that. Like, fuck you. Yeah, you'll get this instead. It's a poop cake. You'll get this mud and this crud. I destroyed your card. That's what you'll get. That kind of thing. So this guy got pretty big from this. Like the clips went viral with people making fun of him. So he actually responded to it. And in this video here from Sports Card Dad, he goes over the response. It is an interesting one because basically what he's saying is that he's playing a character. It's all for entertainment. It's actually acting. He responds by saying, after being dragged through the mud for the last few days, all I can say at this point is I'm sorry to anyone viewing these posts and seeing this unfold. For these accounts to pull my crash outs out of context is honestly just unfortunate. The things I do on stream for comedic and entertainment value are nothing more than that. It's hard to understand if you are just now tuning into this drama and it's made to lowlight seemingly disrespectful moments toward cards, buyers, and the industry. Having sold over 100,000 items on Whatnot, it's confusing and disheartening to see clip after clip posted. I will say going forward, I will not be any less sarcastic, engaging, and fun, but I will absolutely lighten my antics and use this moment to retool my approach towards selling. Every buyer in the past has already been compensated, given plenty extra cards, and refunded for the apparent horror I've caused. It's funny that no matter what I say or do, this will be my reputation forthcoming. And reality is, I embrace it. I embrace being controversial, raw, and real. It's gotten me into some heat in the past, but nevertheless, have learned and grown from those moments. This is just a stepping stone in the process. There's a lot to unpack there because these were people that bought your shit. Like, it's one thing to put on a character of, like, I don't know, I guess Mr. fucking Magoo with the turkey, and you're doing this to all the cards, like, ruining the cards and whatever for yourself for the sake of, like, being the clown. But people that paid for it wanted those things. So even if you do, like, refund them or, like, send them extra cards, it's like, okay, well, you still destroyed the thing I paid for. That kind of sucks. Like, when they buy the cards from you, are they doing it like, haha, I hope when I buy this from you, you put it in your butt. Yeah, I hope you put it way up in your ass and ruin it for me. And then give me my money back, please. But it'll be a fucking awesome moment for both of us here, the buyer and you, the seller. Like, I doubt it. Especially for something like the graded card that somebody purchased. At least I believe they purchased. And he's like, no, here's what you're going to get instead. This raw card and a bunch of spit, loser. You fucking douchebag. Like, okay, alright. Like, it doesn't really seem like he's playing a character. And he kind of contradicts himself in that statement where he says that it's all for comedy and entertainment, and then he says at the end that he's still going to keep being real. So which is it? Are your blow-ups and your crash-outs real, or, like, hammed up for comedy and entertainment? They both can't be true, because if it's hammed up for comedy and entertainment, it's not real. You know what I mean? So, like, I'm just curious which one it is. It's also just a weird gimmick in the first place to be the crash-out guy. Because then why would people want to buy anything from you when there's a really good chance you just destroy it anyway? It just doesn't really even seem worth it. Then you get the refund, I guess. But, I mean, you also just could have just not spent the money there and gone anywhere else.
We're going to do 15 seconds.
The breathing technique's on.
I've already lost plenty of money, so I can't fucking lose anymore. Just let's get it up to at least 15. Come on, come on. Okay, it's at a fucking dollar still. What are we doing? What are we doing? It's Jaden Daniels. Are you fucking kidding me? Fuck.
Oh no.
Bullshit. Well, I'm sorry, y'all. I completely lost it. I fucked up my whole setup. All my cards went flying everywhere. And there's no coming back from that. So I'm going to go ahead and end it for the night. I mean, there's 54 y'all in here. And I'm pretty sure not any of y'all bought anything. And I'm just going to leave it at that because I'm so motherfucking pissed right now.
This one actually gave me quite a hoot and a holler because the Jaden Daniels card that he has there, I decided to look it up and I can find it listed at like $3. So he was trying to be like, this is a $15 card. No, I can't afford to have this go for just $1. No, I'm ruined if this happens. Don't let it go to the dollar. No, what's going on? Why is it $1? Like, clearly whoever the 54 people were in that stream knew that this was not a very valuable card and they weren't about to get fucking finessed by this guy just pretending that this is a $15 card and playing a little sad song on the violin there. And then he's just like, fuck! And then, like, pseudo table flips on it and then he's having, like, a come down moment. After the T levels spiked, then his cortisol reached up there as well. And after the cortisol spike, he simmered down and he said, you know what? Not a whole lot to do from that point forward, huh? But also, fuck you guys. There's 54 of you in here. You didn't buy anything. You let this Jaden Daniels card only go for $1. I'm done for the night. And there's so many videos just like that. There are so many crash outs on Whatnot. These are just my favorite ones from, like, the recent batch that I've seen. So I just wanted to share them and get a little giggle going. That's really about it. So, yeah, I saw the Ashes of Creation stuff. Archive sent it to me. This has been a crazy disaster that just keeps on getting messier and more pathetic. What happened with Ashes of Creation? Like, in general? You don't know the story, or do you mean what the new stuff is? Because here, we'll just read the article just in case people don't know the lore. Ashes of Creation, though, in a nutshell, massively successful Kickstarter campaign, and then out of nowhere, in a very public blow-up, got taken down, like 4 or 5 months ago? They're like, all right, we're done here. No more Ashes of Creation after raising $3.2 million. Okay, so it was removed from Steam in February. Wow, I didn't remember being that. I thought it was a lot longer, but whatever. I thought it was a lot earlier. Watch like the first 20 seconds of the video in that article. It's insane how much money they spent on bullshit. Down here, yeah, we'll get to it in a minute. The ensuing back and forth between former CEO Stephen Sheriff and the studio's board has made the veracity of both sides' claims difficult to verify, but following an extremely detailed report published by YouTube channel Nefas QS on April 11th, there are now more allegations flying around about how the project's funds were managed. The news report claims to have obtained and processed the entire Intrepid Studios general ledger from 2015 to 2026, which they state paints a troubling picture of a company that was on the threshold of financial death at multiple points in its history. And then it talks about the new allegations here about the lavish lifestyle. So here we go. So basically, using funds for nefarious purposes outside of making the game that they were supposed to deliver and following through on the promises.
$21,000 to hire a private chef, $48,000 for historical antiques, $220,000 for DoorDash, $8,700
$220,000 for DoorDash. That's diabolical. What is he ordering through DoorDash? How is that possible?
$1,000 to hire a private chef, $48,000 for historical antiques, $220,000 for DoorDash.
$220,000 for DoorDash doesn't even make sense. You'd have to be eating like every hour. Man's out here DoorDashing caviar and shit every hour on the hour. DoorDashing gold bars to my house. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how that's possible. I didn't see that figure. I saw like the TCG stuff where he wasted $48,000 on trading cards and shit. And then the private chef. Why is he getting a private chef for $21K when he's still DoorDashing $220K worth of food? Is all this guy does eat? That's all he is? He's just like fucking gluttonously consuming? Just like this filthy, gluttonous man? Like Nurgle or something? Like, this is crazy. How is that possible? How does an appetite like that even exist? Because keep in mind, this is $220,000 in a relatively small period of time. This isn't over the course of like 40 years. Wow. Wow.
$8,700 for office plants, almost $16,000 for the movie theater.
What? $16,000 for the movie theater? I go to a movie every single week and I haven't spent anywhere near $16,000 in the entire time I've done like the moist meter and shit. How? What does he do? This can't be right. He would have to be seeing every single movie that's ever released for the last like 5 years in Dolby and IMAX. I don't get it. That's mostly food. Oh, true, yeah. Maybe he spends $16,000 at the theaters, not on tickets, but on concessions. That's a good point. Yeah, it's very true. It's very true. All the limited edition popcorn buckets, you're right. Didn't even think of that. How silly of me. The guy who DoorDashes $250,000 worth of food is definitely finding other ways of wasting even more money on food at movie theaters. Holy.
$95,000 for Amazon orders, 3.5.
What was that? So, let me just full screen that because it's getting because it's
Yeah.
getting blocked by the embedding.
$8 million for the almost $16,220 for the movie theater, $595,000 for Amazon orders, $3.5 million
Jesus.
for Amazon Web Services, $1.48 million for the American Express credit card, $3.9 million for multiple Chase credit cards, $102,000 for Epic Games, $21,000
Say that one more time.
multiple Chase credit cards, $102,000 for Epic Games,
$102,000 for Epic Games? Like, what does that mean? Like using their engine or their service or something? Or is he actually spending $102,000 on the Epic Games Store? I don't even think they have that many games on there that could even warrant that amount of spending. If you bought every game Epic Games has, I don't think you would spend $100K. Oh, V-Bucks. I didn't even think of V-Bucks! Son of a bitch! Oh, you're right. I didn't even consider that. How accurate are these numbers? Well, according to the article, he got a hold of like their entire financial ledger from 2015 to 2026. So I think it's probably pretty accurate. I don't know. And even before this video, there were allegations of like really crazy spending and mismanagement. So like it's entirely believable. It's not confirmed per se, but I could see it. Oh, I spoiled one of them. He spent $421 at a luxury cigar retailer. That's kind of cool. Okay. Oh, I'm getting spoilers now. Arguably one of the more serious allegations in the general ledger concerns a company named Gore Oil, which states he received $81K. Gore Oil Company was the deed owner of Sheriff and Moore's San Diego mansion, which was sold to the couple on April 11, 2020 for $4.9 million. Sheriff, who was continuing to litigate these matters in court, told Kotaku there was no misappropriation of Kickstarter funds whatsoever and that any assertions regarding a lavish lifestyle or personal misuses of company funds were categorically false. An examination of the facts through the judicial process has already revealed that the parties behind these claims orchestrated an unlawful foreclosure to take control of Intrepid's assets from the people who built Ashes of Creation, with the intent to exploit those assets for their own benefit, Sheriff said. Since the new video went live, someone has been trying to make it go away. Someone already filed a privacy complaint against the video. Just a heads up, we will be disputing it. He wrote in the comments. Someone also reported my Reddit account from a community subreddit to the admins. Huh. So interesting. I am so beyond curious if these are accurate.
$21,000 for Magic the Gathering cards, $2,200 for hot dogs, $4,200 for luxury aromas, $6,600 for Steam games, and
How do you only spend 6K on Steam versus 100K on Epic? This guy's actually a madman. This guy is clinically insane. He needs to be institutionalized. I don't even care about the $2,000 that he blew on glizzies. Don't care. Shoving them up his butt, throwing them in the trash. It's a lot of money to be spending on glizzies, but that is not nearly as offensive to me as spending 6K on Steam versus 100K on the Epic Games Store. How? How? Bro is saving up to buy Tung Sohor in Fortnite.
$49 million for office rent.
Listen, someone's stomach, child's stomach just growled.
Classic,
Did you hear
classic.
it? Gotta listen like me. Rent is too damn high.
Those are just some of the numbers you'll be able to look at both yourself in this video and the general ledger covering over a decade of monetary transactions I'm making publicly accessible.
Ooh. You can check the ledger yourself? That adds another air of credibility to it, I would say. Wow, I have got to see how this shakes out if this is all true. That's crazy, man. Yeah, I only read, like, the article, so I missed some of these up here in the beginning. I didn't watch the video. Yeah, the whole Ashes of Creation story is a crazy one. We talked about it when it first happened, when it first got taken down, and all of the wackiness. Don't worry, your money was spent on a glizzy. That's true. You were probably part of his hot dog fund. That was one of your backer rewards. Sheriff eats a hot dog in your honor. I don't know, man. It is very interesting that this is now publicly accessible. He's made the ledger public. It could still be bogus. It could still be incorrect data. I have no idea. I have got to see where this goes next. I am still so stunned on this right here.
Theater, $598,000 for historical antiques, $220,000 for DoorDash.
Can't get over that. I can't get over that. $220K for DoorDash. That's like that Wayfair shit back in the day where people thought they were trafficking children through the Wayfair prices because some of the furniture made no sense that people were paying or something, whatever that was. Now I kind of already forgot the details. That's like that kind of shit. Isn't it across 10 years? Yeah, I believe it's across 10 years. That's still an unfathomable amount of money. And again, 10 years is a relatively small period of time to rack up $220K in DoorDash orders. In fact, how long has DoorDash been, like, mainstream? I don't even know if it's been around, like, in a big way for a decade. Let's see. When was DoorDash launch? 2013 is when it launched, so let's safely assume that it was big in 2016. That's still crazy. I feel like most of these, though, like DoorDash, Uber Eats and stuff, really popped off around, like, COVID era, though. Like, that's when I imagine most of the spending would have been for them. Is Uber Eats healthy? Brother, what? It depends on what you're Uber Eatsing. It's entirely up to you. Uber doesn't decide what it's sending you. Occasionally, a new movie will come out, and it's a bit of a stinker, and sometimes we'll even have a 0% on Rotten Tomatoes or other review sites, but it usually only lasts a few hours. It's very rare for a 0% to stick, usually after about a Concord's length of time, so roughly 2 weeks. You'll find it sitting like at 10% or 20% or something as more reviewers go see it. That is not the case for Psycho Killer, however. 0% and it's been 4 days, and the audience score isn't stellar either at 33%, which is the most shocking part to me because that is exceptionally rare. That's a fucking unicorn right there to see an audience score that low on Rotten Tomatoes. They will give anything glowing reviews. For comparison, even just recently, Strangers Chapter 3, which is one of the worst finales to the worst trilogy ever made, has a 50% from the audience. Doesn't matter what movie comes out or how objectively dog shit it is, a movie could come out that actually rips your nipples off and face fucks you in your chair, and it'll still have like a 50% for audience score on Rotten Tomatoes. Yet somehow Psycho Killer is so bad that even the audience score is extremely low. So, the question needs to be asked. Does it warrant that? Is it actually a 0% bad? Well, strap in, sports fans, because I've just returned from the cinema after watching Psycho Killer, and I can tell you that, maybe not a 0%, but maybe like a 10. It's bad, like it's not good. It's really not good. And what's crazy is, and I know this is what a lot of people are pointing out, this is from the mind of the writer who brought us Seven. Yeah, that Seven. The timeless classic film, Seven. I don't know what's happened since then. I don't know if the Monstars came through with the basketball and sapped his writing ability, but he really squeaked out something embarrassing here with Psycho Killer, unfortunately. And right away, I've got to make fun of the name of this movie. Psycho Killer sounds like a Steam stinker that I would just play on my gaming channel for 30 minutes as a joke. Like, it sounds like the name of a movie within a movie where a character's like, bro, we gotta go see Psycho Killer 4, it just came out. I can't believe they actually just ran with that. It does sound like something AI would spit out for you. And I know that's been a big criticism of Psycho Killer, is that it feels like it's an AI-generated experience here because it is not cohesive at all. It does not flow. It feels like so much is missing. The main character and the Psycho Killer are the only two characters that like even have a presence here. Everyone else is unnamed fodder, basically. I can't think of a single other name. It's genuinely like they forgot to have other characters, and even these two characters get so little to actually do. It is pretty disastrous. And the Psycho Killer himself, he has a voice changer voice, like the actual generic cliche, I am not a good guy. It sounds like something you'd hear out of an old school Call of Duty lobby on Xbox Live from a kid putting on a voice changer. And it's unapologetic with it, to the point where, by the end, I actually found it charming. Like, that's not, like, I can't even complain about it, because by the end, it was so silly that I actually just appreciated hearing him talk and the dumb shit he was spouting. So anyway, Psycho Killer is about, you're not going to believe this, a psychotic killer. He is a Satanist, and he believes his whole mission is to kill people for Satan. And he just randomly goes through and slaughters people. And he does kill a lot of people, but you'll probably forget that happens because it's so flat. Like, it feels so, like, off. Because everything is CGI blood in this. I don't think there's a single practical effect throughout the entire fucking movie. And it's, like, noticeable CGI blood. And it's, like, the laziest kills. Like, when it comes to a slasher, typically they try and get like creative to unnerve and disturb the viewer. Here, they didn't bother. So like, he just shoots a guy, CGI blood splurts out, that's it. Hits a guy with a hammer, some CGI blood, they cut away, that's it. Like, the only scene that has something outside of just hit with a hammer and then shoot is a scene which is like a confessional booth where he like stabs the priest and then drinks his blood through a straw. That was the only time that they tried something a little different besides just bang. All right, now I'll drive away. So like, and it doesn't even work in the confessional booth thing either. It's really fucking wacky. Anyway, the movie follows a trooper named Archer. She watched her husband get killed by the hash-slinging slasher here, the psycho killer, and now she is on a mission to put an end to his reign of terror. He is just driving across the country, killing at random. Except, the end of the movie, from out of fucking nowhere, they have this idea for how to wrap it up that is so fucking ridiculous. So, he's just killing randomly, and he's leaving behind his calling card, his fucking Joker card, where he's like making satanic symbols, things like open the gates, 666, hail Satan stuff. He's leaving all of that behind on every kill, so he gets the name Satanic Slasher. And then he needs to get information on some interesting individual. So he puts an ad in the newspaper, and then some goober calls him. Well, some goober puts an ad in the paper responding to his ad in the paper. It's a Satanist code, and it basically says, so you're enlightened, give me a ring, here's my telephone number. So Satanic Slasher calls him. Also, the detective picks up on this. Worth mentioning, every single kill doesn't matter, by the way. Like, all the clues she's gathering play no role in this, and she also makes the worst decisions ever for her investigation. So, like, she actually did track down the Satanic Slasher at one point, and then instead of waiting for backup to ambush him in his apartment, well, at the motel that he was staying at, she instead just goes in for a solo mission and gets blasted. He throws her out of a window, and then the scene immediately cuts to her, like, once again on the road tracking him. This is what I'm saying, where, like, there's no other characters, because she did interact with, like, some FBI guy. He's like, go home, this is above your pay grade, you get yourself hurt, it's not good, you're home, you can't take the Satanic Slasher, it's ridiculous. You give me your badge and your gun, that kind of vibe type shit. And so you would expect that to play a role in it, how she's kind of going off book here against her, higher level people advising her not to. But it doesn't, because they forget those characters exist. So she is like confronting him alone multiple times. Obviously, it never works out. FBI shows up late. Obviously, it's just, there aren't any other characters, and it's weird. But anyway, so he gets in contact with Satan goobers, and then he goes to like a Satan house where like there's this businessman who's giving a speech on why he loves Satan so much, and then his groupies are there like, yeah, that's cool stuff, the fallen one, yippee, yeehaw. And the Satanic Slasher's being all mysterious and brooding, just saying he needs information. So then the goober that connected with him gets him the information on a random guy. Then he kills the Satan church people who are having an orgy. And it's a CGI bloodfest where he's hitting him with an axe, and then there's just actual like video game cutscene level blood flying all over the place. It's so fucking bad. But this is where I'm telling you the ending gets unreal. So, that person that they gave him the information on is a nuclear engineer. And from out of nowhere, we learn about a nuclear disaster that happened 3 years prior at a place called 3 Mile Island, which had a huge death count, obviously. That was very detrimental to the civilians. And the Psycho Killer's big plan has been to go to the nuclear power plant with some explosives that he stole way back early into his killing spree. And also, there was a mention about how he got some books from a library. Turns out he got nuclear books, which doesn't matter because he ends up just kidnapping the nuclear power plant executive or engineer guy anyway to do it for him. So why did he even bother buying or stealing the books in the first place? It didn't fucking matter. He had no clue how any of it worked. So he just kidnapped the guy. So he kidnaps that nuclear engineer, goes to the power plant, the trooper Archer was able to connect those dots and meet him there after he had already done everything, after all the alarms go off. So after everyone else figures it out because there's something going on, she then shows up. Then Psycho Killer has the guy melt down the core, about to cause a nuclear disaster that they keep saying, my God, it's going to wipe out the entire East Coast. Lord have mercy on us all. And then one of the security guards is like, wait, there might be another way in. And he takes Trooper Archer to a random room that happens to overlook the command center with a sheet of plexiglass. And he's like, yeah, it's bulletproof, so we're all fucked, but I guess you get a better view from here. And he just runs away, and then she shoots the plexiglass enough that it makes a little hole. She puts a sniper in there, takes out the Psycho Killer, saves the day. But the plan from out of nowhere became the Psycho Killer is going to cause a nuclear disaster for Satan. And he gives a big, Satan speech at the end. Oh my God, it's so fucking cringe. It's unbelievable. And then there's a twist. There is a twist at the end. So, early on in the movie, when she was still learning about the satanic slasher, she was flipping through some fucking AM radio stations, and she stumbled across a conspiracy theory power hour where they were talking about how the government is experimenting on mass murderers. So all the mass murderers are actually government experiments that they turn loose. And then at the end of the movie, after she kills the Psycho Killer, but he doesn't actually die, that he wakes up in a big van going to an off-grid facility where they welcome him back. It's a government facility, so it turns out the conspiracy was correct. Big twist, they are making the mass murderers at the government facility, and he's one of them. The movie's fucking bad. It's not good. But I would be lying if I said I didn't have a fun time watching it. I do think, for the most part, it's fun bad. And I say that with a little hesitation because the movie is so messy, the editing is so choppy, and it's very clear that they had to fucking Frankenstein something together here just to get a complete film, that at pretty much every possible point, it doesn't really fit. But I think that makes it fun bad too. I don't think that ruins the entertainingly shit nature of it. It's not a movie I would recommend paying for, because I don't think it's fun bad enough to waste money on. But I think when it eventually hits streaming, it'll be something that you and your friends can laugh at. So yeah, anyway, does it deserve a 0%? Maybe not a 0, but it definitely is a very, 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 very low percent. I do think that is probably par for the course there. It's just really bad at everything it aims to do, unfortunately. Anyway, though, that's really about it. So yeah. I remember when I was a child, birthdays were always a big deal. My parents would get a cake, I'd have my friends come over, we'd fill up water balloons with a hose, throw them at each other, play some basketball. And I even remember one year my parents had a magician come through, which I thought was super hype. But now I've just seen a video and it makes me kind of embarrassed that my parents only ever got a magician to perform at one of my birthdays when I was a kid, when the optimal choice would have been hiring a coked out superstar dancer to arrive and just be like a fucking wrecking ball destroying my entire house for my birthday. See, that's what a birthday is all about. Your fucking uncle coming through fresh off the meth pipe and just going hog wild. This dude looks like an unholy fusion dance performed between Aaron Paul and Agent 47. And he is going ballistic here with the moves. So they put on the TV, there's another angle, and it just says, mixtape. So I'm guessing dude brought his own music, but since we're in the modern age, he didn't have the boombox on his shoulder. He instead just said, pull up my fucking YouTube channel. I got mixtape ready. Cue it up. I got something. And it's at a a 9-year-old's birthday party, and he just wants to be the center of attention, so he's like clearing out, the space here, and he hits a gnarly backflip, actually. That backflip looked like it happened in slow motion. That looked like he did a fucking 0G backflip right there. That was incredible. Pops the balloon with his belly, like a full belly flop balloon bust, which was incredible. And then just when you think he's done with the routine where he's doing one of these side to side and you think he's about to, call it curtains there, he goes for like a full-blown dead drop onto the table like it's WWE and just blasts it, annihilates that table. It was incredible. He did like one of these, like he was about to be like a ODST shock dropped in there like it's fucking Halo or something. It was unbelievable. And he just bounces off, no damage, no problem whatsoever. Like if I did any of these moves, I would have blown out my ACL, my MCL, my VHS, my BBL, my DVD, like my whole body would have combusted. But this guy is blessed by drugs and he's basically immortal right now. He's activated God mode. This is like in, Mario Kart when you get the star and you can just blast through everything, you're invincible. He's got the star power up right now. And he is utilizing to its fullest potential at a 9-year-old's birthday party for some reason. That true combo of the spine buster into the head spin into like selling a Frankensteiner or whatever he was doing is just, it's mind-boggling stuff right here, what he's able to do without hurting himself. Obviously, that's in no small part thanks to the drugs. This guy is geeked out at 1,000%. But I just can't get over the routine here. Like, he had set his targets on that table. He knew he was going to fucking destroy that. He had a grudge against it. Come hell or high water, that table would be destroyed. And then even when the birthday boy, the 9-year-old, like, entered the frame and was kind of, like, making fun of him, like, doing what he was doing, jokingly, trying to have fun, even though his coked-out uncle there was, I guess, making his birthday all about him for whatever reason. When he, like, went into the frame there, the uncle pushed him aside in order to clear enough space for him to body slam the table, to like frog splash onto the table. He just throws the birthday boy over to the side. It's crazy, and I can't believe that no one was upset about that. Like the homeowner there, whoever owns the apartment, I can't believe they were just okay with this fucking madman, this lunatic, this raving fucking feral animal destroying their table and like ruining this kid's birthday party. Like, I guess he didn't ruin it because the kid seemed like he was like, laughing about it up until the table got destroyed. Then he seemed pretty upset. Like, he's the only one in that whole room that was like, guys, is this okay? Is this like acceptable behavior for an adult? Like, what are we doing here? Like, he's the only one that looked concerned. Everyone else is laughing. Honestly, I'm a little confused by the atmosphere here. I can't say I recall for my 9th birthday my parents inviting all of their friends and only their friends, as well as our drugged out uncle, and I didn't get to invite any of my friends. I think it's a little weird that the birthday boy is the only kid there and everyone else is just an adult that I'm guessing is part of this uncle's posse. Like, they're all friends, I guess, with the way they're responding to his breakdancing. I think that's already kind of weird. And then he makes the whole celebration about his breakdancing, even throwing the kid to the side for it. It's so weird and wacky. But it's also impressive. Like, his moves, they're no joke. Now, the one move that he did that I liked a lot was this one, which was like a bunch of nothing. And it just feels like it's such similar DNA to some of the rancid dance moves that I've cooked up over the years, just for silly, shitty moves. And I'm just honestly impressed. Like, I'm equal parts shocked and confused, like, why he'd be doing this at a 9-year-old birthday party, but also equal parts blown away that he was able to do all of these moves in the first place. Anyway, though, just wanted to yap about that for a little bit. That's it. See ya. Not something I normally make a video on, but I just saw the news about the fatal car crash that Anthony Joshua survived that unfortunately claimed the lives of two of his friends, Latz and Cena. A very tragic and just very sad accident that I think the reason I want to talk about it just kind of reminds you how quickly life can change like that. Because it was only like, what, a week ago? 2 weeks ago, maybe, where Anthony Joshua just made, like $100 million or something like that with the Jake Paul fight, and now he went home to spend time with family in Nigeria, and then just out of nowhere, a freak accident that ends with two of his friends dead and him with injuries as well. Based on the reports, they're not like serious injuries, but even still, the loss of his friends like that has got to be beyond traumatic. There's quite a lot of footage of it because tons of people gathered around. It looked like they were gathering around for like the New Year's Eve ball drop. It was unbelievable the amount of people that crowded the crash and just started filming it, which I know is commonplace everywhere in the world. Anytime anything happens, the first thing people do is start filming. But in one of the longer clips, someone was like actually moving people out of the way that I believe were trying to help Anthony Joshua out of the car so they could get a better angle to film at. It was very disturbing. You can briefly see in that clip that the SUV they were traveling in is just completely destroyed, just obliterated. Now, according to officials, what they believe happened is that the SUV was attempting to overtake another vehicle on the road, so they traveled over the speed limit to overtake them, and while doing so, ended up crashing into a stationary truck, which led to the loss of life here. Just a horrible thing. Wishing the best for the families going forward. Anthony Joshua, according to people that have talked to him since this, is like physically okay. The injuries weren't like super severe. He's shaken up, which obviously makes sense. The fact that anyone is walking away from this accident alive is nothing shy of a miracle. The carnage is horrifying. Now, I want to make a little special mention here to the CNN article I read on this, because at the very end it had this statement: Joshua could not immediately be reached for a comment. No shit. You just blow in from Stupid Town? Obviously he's not going to immediately be scrambling to give you a statement for your piece. Why would you even bother, like, reaching out or trying to get a statement from him a mere, 2 hours or something after a fatal car accident that claimed the lives of two of his best friends? That's crazy to me. That's just like a lack of humanity. Like, quick, get Joshua on the horn ASAP. We need to hear from him about what he's feeling right now so I can write about it and make money off it real quickly in my piece. What do you mean he doesn't want to talk to us? That doesn't make any sense. Fine, alright, I'll just go ahead and say he couldn't be reached for a comment. How selfish. I understand it's just like standard journalism, but that kind of thing always just rubs me the wrong way in the event of a tragedy where they try and like reach out to whoever survived it or something as quickly as they can so they can be like the first outlet to have a statement from them. I don't know, that never really fully sits right with me. Anyway though, like I said at the beginning of the video, I don't normally cover things like this, but when I was learning about this story, I don't know, man, it was just such a terrible thing, and it's a very scary reminder of just how quickly life can change, where things can be going amazing for you in life, right? Like Anthony Joshua just recently was talking about having the best weekend of his life with everything going on. And then just from out of nowhere, at the height of everything going really well, a heartbreaking tragedy can occur. It's just sad and scary. It's just fucking terrifying. You've just got to cherish life every second of it. Every second you spend in this corporeal realm is a gift. And, it's just, you never know what can happen. So I'm wishing the best to the families of Latz and Cena moving forward, and wishing a speedy recovery to Anthony Joshua and the other survivor from this tragedy. And I just kind of wanted to talk about this a little bit because when I was reading about it, man, it was horrifying stuff. So anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. Has Charlie made a video on the AI praying apps yet? We talked about those on stream quite a bit. I already talked about the newest one, where you pay $2 a minute to talk to AI Jesus. Honestly, that might be another good pivot for Newbird. You might as well. Yeah, it's $2 a minute, right, to talk with AI Jesus? Am I misremembering? Let me see. Yeah, $1.99 per minute to video chat with AI Jesus. Thought so. AI Jesus app, just like me, charges $2 per minute to video chat with a digital Christ trained on the King James Bible. The faith-based AI market is growing. The faith-based AI market, by the way. Isn't that something? Isn't that something? Just a complete dismantling of faith right in front of your eyes. Did you know you can just pray for free? Ah! What? You're speaking crazy. What? But you can't see and hear Jesus through your computer screen if you're not paying. The only way to form that relationship is through the faith-based AI market. Just like me. It costs regular users more than $600 annually. CEO Chris Breed runs the company with co-founder and investor Jeff Tinsley. Monthly package priced at $50 offers 45 minutes of conversation time. I didn't dive super deep into this because we had already covered another AI Jesus scam. This one blows that out of the water. Holy fuck. This is like turbo heretical. Oh, wow. Let me look up this guy, Chris Breed. Unsurprisingly, he's in California. Unsurprisingly, this doesn't even look like a real guy. This guy also might be AI generated. I don't have a LinkedIn account, so I can't look at him very much. Okay, here. For some reason, I can't bring that over there, but here. That's Chris Breed, apparently. That ain't real. That's what I'm saying, man. This guy, he also looks AI generated. I want to hear him try and talk about it. I'm so curious what he says. So many grannies fall for this daily. Yeah, I have no doubt some people will actually do this. I do not doubt that. Who falls for this? The easy cop-out answer is just defaulting to saying it's all old people, but it's just not. It's not. People of all types fall for it. Oh, there's apparently a statement from him here. You do feel a little accountable to the AI, Breed told the Associated Press. They're your friend. You've made an attachment. Yeah. That's good. We need to exploit that. That's what we want. We want people to form an attachment to their AI. Is this a video of it?
I hear your request for prayer. Break. Father God, I lift my dear friend Krista before you. Breaking.
For $1.99 per minute, the tech company Just Like Me is taking having a personal relationship with Jesus to new levels.
The psalmist says, "The Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want."
Users of the platform can join video calls with an AI-generated Jesus that remembers previous conversations.
This is not a replacement for human connection. At the same time, people are spending so much time in the social world just scrolling.
It's part of a larger...
Oh my god, that's the biggest load of fucking baloney I've ever heard in my life. What a slimy asshole. You're charging $2 a minute to talk to AI Jesus, or $50 a month to have 45 minutes of conversation with AI Jesus.
At the same time,
people
are spending so much time in the social world just scrolling.
It's part of a larger boom of AI tools designed with religion in mind, from AI Jesuses to Buddhist priests like this one.
Emmy is supposed to be a Zen friend, someone who helps human beings in their Zen practice.
I tried Just Like Me's AI Jesus, first asking it a simple question. How many books of the Bible are in the New Testament?
The New Testament contains 27 books.
Then I made it a little more complicated. Is AI gonna take our jobs?
The scriptures remind us that every skill is a gift from God. He calls us to be faithful stewards of those gifts. Seek wisdom and prayer as you navigate.
This cost her like $50, by the way.
But when I asked it to pray for me, things didn't go quite as smoothly.
May you give her peace that passes all understanding. Break. Guide her steps with your loving light. Break. Deep breath, may she feel hope surrounding her. Breaks. May the Holy Spirit.
Yes, I can feel it.
Her mind now. Brace.
Dot break.
But for some
Dot
of these
break.
apps, there's been more than a few
Yes.
glitches.
So there's been issues already.
Speaking in
There's
tongues.
kinds of-
That's what that
not
is.
just
Not
generic
issues.
Jesus GPTs, but other versions as well, where they give misinformation and disinformation out. There's been concerns about data privacy.
Incredible. Incredible. Amazing. That's Paula White Kane rates. Oh, I bet Paula's pissed that she didn't think of it first. Isn't this the most blasphemous shit possible? It's up there. It is definitely up there. I also like how Chris Breed didn't bother to show his face in that. He had to bring out dumbass Jeff Tinsley. Oh, it's not like a replacement. It's just you pay us and we'll have AI Jesus talk with you. When Associated Press asked the AI about the relationship between artificial intelligence and religion, Digital Jesus said it views AI as a tool that can help people explore scripture like a lamp that lights a path while we walk with God. So why does that tool cost a ton of money? That again, just that doesn't track with what's in the scripture. Graham Martin, a podcast host and atheist who's tested similar religious AI apps, said he grew concerned when one platform's AI Jesus prompted him to upgrade to a premium subscription. Listen, sorry, I love you, like you're my children, whatever, but you're a brokey. So if you want to keep yapping with me, you want to keep blabbering, you're going to have to upgrade to that premium subscription. You feel me, Squirt? You get me? Okay. Prayer's over. Peace be with you. Crazy shit, man. Actually crazy. I love you, my son. Please put more money in the slot. This breaks character, hey, bro. You gotta upgrade to get into heaven. Unironically, that's where it's going. Like, you're making a joke, but that's 1000% what it wants to do. Even Chris Breed is kind of open about it. They're your friend, you've made an attachment. What he wants is people to get attached to AI Jesus and eventually believe that they need to converse with AI Jesus. They need to confess to AI Jesus. Thus, they're paying and paying and paying. And if they want to, get into heaven, they have to keep paying AI Jesus. And if they stop, well, they've forsaken Jesus. That's absolutely what he's preying on. That is 1000% what they want in game. The 11th commandment, buy premium. Yeah. Wild thing is, it's not even a good AI chatbot, just using bottom of the barrel. It's true. It's fucking terrible at the one thing it's supposed to do.
Your request for prayer. Her mind now. Brace.
But for some of these apps,
She feel hope surrounding her. Breaks. May the Holy Spirit gently calm her mind now. Brace.
It's unbelievable how bad it is at the only thing it is designed to do. Isn't just blasphemy, it's idolatry, which is also one of the most heinous of sins. Yep. This one is actually worse than I thought it would be. I didn't dive too deep into it last time, but wowee. That is disgusting. That is disgusting. The Bible is free. Not if you want the real Bible, the one with Trump's signature on it, bro. Bible is free. Get out of here. $60. That's what it costs to get the real truth. That's bare minimum. You should be paying $1,000 for the inside cover Donald Trump signature as well. Last night was the Game Awards, and there was a stat that chat was regurgitating that I didn't believe. I thought it was so outlandish they must have escaped from a mental institution and were spewing a bunch of mumbo-jumbo until I checked and verified the authenticity. The claim was that last year's Game Awards had higher viewership than the Super Bowl. And I said, well, that's a bunch of fiddlesticks, no way. Super Bowl had like 120-something million viewers. It was like the most watched Super Bowl ever. No way the Game Awards beat that. Turns out it did. Jeff Keighley hung his hog on the Super Bowl numbers. 154 million global viewers. Now, Super Bowl is an event that mainly only Americans care about. I get that. Game Awards is international. But even still, those numbers blew my fucking mind. Blew my ass out. So, it is like a super big deal. and I watch the Game Awards every year, but had no idea it was this big. And now that I have this knowledge locked away in the old steel trap up here, it makes the Game Awards final reveal from last night even more odd, just peculiar, because it is a blunder. That is the most important final reveal, and last night, boy howdy did that one fall flat, unfortunately. And I know a lot of people have criticized Jeff Keighley, like playfully teasing about how he'll overhype things that don't warrant that level of glaze or, anticipation, where Jeff Keighley will sometimes, get you like biting your nails like, holy shit, what's he about to reveal? Because he's hyping it up so much. Like, in my numerous decades in the industry, I have never been this excited. This is my honor, my privilege. This is the apotheosis of gaming. I present to you the world premiere for The Poop That Took a P2, as he's starting to get like tears in his eyes for it. And it's like, well, I think you oversold this one a bit, to be honest with you. Though, one that people point to is from last year where he revealed Okami. I do not think that's a good example of that, because that is not overhyped. That genuinely is extremely exciting. I fucking love Okami and cannot wait for the new Okami. But he does have a history of doing that occasionally, and last night was one of those examples for the final reveal.
Our final world premiere comes from 61 members of the team that built Apex Legends and Titanfall. 4 years ago, the principals founded a new independent studio with the hopes of pushing the shooter genre forward with a new original game.
If that doesn't put a boner in your trousers, nothing will. You cannot have a more hype introduction than that right there. Those sentences alone could make the Grinch's heart grow 3 sizes. And when I was watching this live, I actually thought for a moment we might be seeing a Titanfall 3 or, at the very least, a spiritual successor to Titanfall. But that's where they get you. Jeff's got you eating out of the palm of his hands right now. You're hook, line, and sinker buying into this delusion. Like, I have said for a long time, we will probably not see a Titanfall 3. Unfortunately, I think EA is going to kegel on that property forever and never use it for anything ever again, because they didn't perform financially well for them. Even though these games are beloved, I don't think we'll ever see a new entry into this franchise. But I really was starting to buy into the fantasy here, because he's mentioning that a lot of people responsible for those masterpieces have broken off and are now pursuing something new together. And you're expecting like maybe it's in a similar vein to Titanfall. Professor Utonium's in the lab and he's putting together all the ingredients of the perfect little shooter. But that wasn't what was on the menu. Instead, what was served up on the plate was a seemingly standard hero shooter. Now, I always have a great time watching the Game Awards. This year I also had a lot of fun watching it. I just really don't understand why they would save this game as their final reveal, which is like always the most important reveal because it's the one that sticks with the viewers the longest. And it's usually reserved for the one that's going to fucking have them, gushing grannies. And having a generic hero shooter be in that place feels really odd, and a lot of people have been kind of clowning on it for it.
Bringing the heat.
Your light belongs to me. Forming. Blade out.
Siege tower coming in.
It's not the most exciting looking game. It's not going to put you on the edge of your seat there. And it does give me a similar vibe to Concord when that was revealed, unfortunately. And a lot of people have taken to calling this Concord 2. Even though the game's not out or anything yet, it does kind of have a lot of similar DNA to it from the look of the gameplay here. And it just feels like a game that shouldn't have been saved for last as like the big oorah. This should have just been a game that they show somewhere in the middle or towards the beginning where it's like, hey, this game's also right around the corner if you want another hero shooter. Like if you're really salivating for more hero shooter action, here comes Highguard. Like that makes sense. It just doesn't really compute why they would have this be the final reveal. I think what would have fit here best actually was the Star Wars KOTOR game. They have a new KOTOR coming out called Fate of the Old Republic, and that was extremely hype. I think if they had saved Fate of the Old Republic for the final reveal, that would have been a big pop-off moment. Because that is something that a ton of people, myself included, cannot wait for. And now I need to go back and replay KOTOR 1 and 2 because it is so cool. That is something people have really wanted. Whereas with Highguard, I feel like there's more people asking for the common cold than more hero shooters. And especially from such a talented team that have put together games like Titanfall, you would hope that they'd spread their wings a bit more than just like a hero shooter game. So it's just one of those things that is underwhelming for a final game reveal. Anyway though, I had a great time watching the Game Awards, as I do every year. It's become a tradition, and I always think Jeff Keighley and his team put on a really impressive and really entertaining show, and I really appreciate all the hard work that goes into it. Though I will say I think this year there is a lesson to be learned in the amount of nominations a game can get. With the E33 sweep, I do think there maybe needs to be some kind of limitations in place. I said from the second the credits rolled on that game that it was special, and it is in my top 20 favorite games of all time. I think it is a full-blown, full fucking chub masterpiece. But that being said, I don't think it should be in every category that it was in, even if it could fit into that category. Like, the most contentious is the indie game category. While yes, it is by definition an indie game, I do feel like it shouldn't be there to give room to other games to shine in that category. Like, it is an unbelievable game. And by being as good as it is and in every category that it was present, it drowned out a lot of other extremely impressive games from this year. 2025 was genuinely an amazing year for games. There were so many super slappers, absolute bangers out the wazoo, but if you only watched the Game Awards, you would think that it was just Expedition 33, really. And that's a shame. I do think E33 deserves like the Game of the Year win and many of its other wins, because I do think that does epitomize what the games industry should be about. A team of passionate creators that all banded together under very unlikely circumstances with a very wild way of assembling this team of creatives to create something that's really not been done before to the degree in which they did it with the budget that they had, apparently less than $10 million. It is an unreal story, and the person at the head of Sandfall, he is like a gamer's gamer. That guy, I've watched a couple of his interviews, he is always singing the praises of the GOATs that have came before him, and he's not just doing lip service, he knows his shit. Like, this is a guy who lives and breathes this medium that wanted to do something truly special in it, and I think they succeeded, and it's great to see the reception be as positive as it is to their art. I'm very happy for that team, and I think it deserves all of the glaze that it gets. But when it comes to the Game Awards, I just think it would have been best if it was reserved for, a handful of the categories that it was nominated in. And I also think that would have been better for Expedition 33 overall as well, because when people who aren't overly familiar with it see it keep winning everything, it makes them tired of it. It makes them soured on E33 as a whole. I saw a comparison drawn by a lot of people about like the Patriots when they were on their dynasty run winning everything. People fucking hated the Patriots because they were so good. Expedition 33 is having a similar phenomenon. It won so much, people now just hate it by default. Like, they don't want to engage with it anymore. They'd rather spit and shit on it and that kind of thing. I just overall feel like less is more in this case, where it'd be in its strongest categories, like voice acting, narrative, music, and Game of the Year, that kind of thing, as opposed to like 13 categories. Because it is a lot, and it does unfortunately push out some of the other extremely good games from the year. Like Kingdom Come 2 didn't win anything, when I feel like, by all definitions, it should have won Best RPG of the Year. It's just, I love Expedition 33, and I'm super happy to see it do so well. But for the awards here, I would really have liked to be able to celebrate some of the other great games that also came out this year. Like I said, this was an extraordinary year for banger titles releasing, especially in the indie category. So many good indie games came out this year. But anyway, I'll stop yapping about it. That's really about it. So yep. Are you happy? If the answer to that question is yes, then stay far away from Pokemon tournaments. You turn the cheek, run the other direction as quickly as you can, Buster, because that is an environment where joy and whimsy goes to die. It has now been confirmed beyond a shadow of a doubt that the biggest dweebs on this planet are Pokemon judges, and they are like Dementors. They will suck the happiness out and will punish you for even the slightest signs of happiness. If you celebrate, I hope you're ready to go to jail, because Pokemon competition is more joyless than an active war zone. It is cutthroat. 2 weeks ago, I made a video covering a situation where a Pokemon Go player won a tournament, but because he celebrated, they punished him by taking the win away, thus his opponent ended up winning the tournament because of it. It was an automatic loss, which gave his opponent the win. Because of excessive celebration, deeming it unsportsmanlike. Just as a reminder, this is the celebration they punished.
Now on his 11th one, he is the first-time champion for himself and your 2026 Orlando champion!
Incredible series from Firestar, pulling out all the stops, all the Pokemon, taking us to a decisive Game 5. Could not have asked for anything else.
Pokemon judges are literally the fun police. That is the entirety of his celebration after winning this tournament. He sets his headset down and gives one pump, then shakes his opponent's hand. I get more animated when my Uber Eats gets here. Like, that is about as tame a celebration as you can possibly fucking find. That is the epitome of sportsmanship. He's happy, he's emotionally won, but he doesn't become, over the top with it. He doesn't stand on the chair and slam 2 beers together like Stone Cold Steve Austin or start butt-chugging brewskis or something, saying fuck you to his opponent and say, get out of here, pussy, lean over, give him a wet willy and an atomic wedgie on the way out. Nothing. It is pathetic that these dorks, these greasy, stinky losers, punished him for that. But what's even more pathetic is that they're standing by it, and that's why I'm talking about it again today. They released an official statement where they've all come together in their fucking stink cloud, their fucking fart fumes, and decided that the Council of Judges was correct in this punishment here. And then they also reinforced another ruling where they punished another Pokemon player, this time in the TCG, who celebrated early, maintaining that they did deserve to lose that as well. These fucking Pokemon judges suck major ass. I think it is irrefutable. This evidence confirms that there are no bigger twerps on this planet than Pokemon judges. If you want to avoid a fate like that, you right now need to fix the stink, so go to usecheeky.com and get the best soap in the universe. The queso bar just launched as well, by the way. It's coconut. Like, we've got the best soap out there, and you need to take your hygiene seriously, or else you might just end up like a Pokemon judge. Here's the Pokemon Play Team's official toilet paper. At the recent Pokemon Orlando Regionals, 2 instances of penalties being issued during streamed matches have created questions within the community about celebrations. They're illegal. You're going to jail if you show any emotion at an official Play Pokemon event. I'll sum it up for you. Spoiler alert. Play Pokemon has reviewed each instance and would like to provide more information. In the first, during the Pokemon TCG Swiss Round 13 match, the tournament headphones were removed and were thrown onto the table on top of cards and damage counters, putting the TCG game state in disarray before additional game action could be taken to complete the game. A match loss was issued for the disruption to the game state and not playing out the final sequence to the game. I didn't cover that one, but I'll briefly show you what they're referring to there.
Wow! 2 cards! Rips it off the 6 cards! Are you kidding me here? Makani...
Basically what happened is he drew the win condition. It was checkmate at that moment, but he celebrated before finishing the game, so he put his headphones down and it moves the cards around. So they viewed that as throwing the game into disarray. It fucking annihilated the game state. It was all ruined. It's completely kaput. So they issued a game loss for it. This one was a bit more divisive. Some people think that this is an outrageous ruling. Others think it makes sense because he didn't actually finish the game before doing that. I personally think this one has the most wiggle room to be justified because he didn't finish it out. It would be like in chess, if you have the checkmate, but then you fucking slap the chessboard before you actually finish the checkmate. That would be improper. So I do understand that to a certain degree, but I think a match loss is a bit overkill. I feel like this could have been the first warning because it didn't ruin the game. The game literally is over from that moment. There is nothing that can be done, as I understand it, in the current meta there. So it was over. He just needed to finish out the sequence. So I think a game loss is a little extreme. That could have been the first warning there. And according to the player, 2 separate head judges told him that he was given a match loss for throwing his headset down and being dangerous. Not a single judge told him that he was given the game loss for disrupting the board state, and then wasn't given the chance to appeal the ruling either. So to me, it does feel far more cutthroat than it should. And then the most egregious is obviously what happened with the Pokemon Go celebration, where the game was completely over, and then a very mild celebration, which I wouldn't even use the word celebration. To me, a celebration is like what you see in the end zone in the NFL or in the college football, where you get a touchdown, you spike the ball, you hit some of these maneuvers right here, like the "Where's My Hug At" or something like that. Bust out the fucking Gangnam Style, maybe. That's a celebration. What he did was the most, like, normal, like, oh, I'm happy moment doing this. Like, even Pokemon characters do that. They do more than that, mind you, but that's like literally the bare minimum of being like, oh, whoopee, I won. And they're calling it excessive and unsportsmanlike. And they're standing by that decision. So going back to their official statement, in the second instance, during Pokemon Go Grand Finals, we would like to share some information which may not be known to the broader community. Prior to the final game incident, during Game 1 of the Bracket Reset series, a player was issued a warning for the action of hitting and shaking the table during gameplay. Actions such as these can have a negative impact on the experience of participants and disturb the match in progress. Then, during Game 5, this same player's behavior continued to be disruptive, including shaking the table to the point that there was a disruption to the broadcast experience. These repeated infractions resulted in a penalty that was escalated to game loss. If that isn't the biggest load of hooey I've ever heard, you can watch the footage yourself. There was nothing disruptive happening, not from what I went through and re-watched. And plus, the game loss came after the celebration. Like, unsportsmanlike, I believe, is what was being tossed around. But now they're saying it was actually because he was shaking the table. It was a fucking earthquake he was having go on over there. We couldn't even get the broadcast going. It was so all over the place. It was a natural disaster, a fucking calamity. We will uphold the decisions made by the judges at this event. Pokemon judges are committed to bringing the best possible experience to our players by preserving the competitive integrity of our events. Yeah, it's in the shitter. It has completely been flushed down the tubes with this, by the way, because you could win grand finals, but you best be completely fucking stoic and silent. Even the slightest iota of a smirk will have that title stripped from your fucking cold, dead paws. They will rip that W from your hands if they see you happy. What do you mean preserving the competitive integrity? You took away the winner's win and gave it to someone who lost. All over them celebrating slightly. Without them and their commitment to play Pokemon, we would not be able to hold events, and it is our expectation that they are treated with the same respect as all people in the community. In the moment of a win, emotions are high, and we recognize that these emotions can lead to energetic reactions celebrating a win, which, by the way, didn't really happen here. It wasn't that energetic. My fucking grandfather, I saw him get more animated when the mailman would show up than I saw from this guy winning the fucking grand finals of this tournament. It wasn't that energetic, mind you. We want to support this authentic, positive reaction and not discourage this excitement. Celebrations are not an issue, but actions that disrupt or negatively impact competitive integrity can be. We will continue to listen to the community of players and our judges on how best to evolve our tournament system rules and how penalties are enforced. The Play Pokemon team, they sign it off. Now, Firestar73, the player who had his title ripped from him for his celebration, did make a statement after this official Play Pokemon piece and said, "The incident you are now for the first time claiming was the basis of the decision did not affect the gameplay at all, yet decided the whole tournament. That is 100% correct. It had no impact on the game at all, even if he was shaking the table, which I don't see any strong evidence of him being over there like, the waves of the ocean, moving the table back and forth all wobbly. I don't see anything like that. But none of it affected the gameplay, no matter how you spin it. Section 2.1 requires a clear explanation of any infraction and its penalty, and I was never given this as the basis at all." That is also true. Apparently that was never relayed. There's even a community note that talks about this. Firestar wasn't given an initial warning for shaking the table. This is a major infraction under Section 5.1 of the penalty guidelines, and then it also has something about Makani, who received a game loss for a headset throw and wasn't able to appeal, and Section 433 of the Tournament Rule Handbook allows for an appeal. So they're not following their own guidelines, basically. Which doesn't come as a surprise to me, because it feels like these are complete losers that are power tripping and looking for any excuse to exert their authority here. Did I just catch you showing emotion? You lost now, Buster. Ha! Give that back. Don't you ever show me a smile again. And I mean it. I'm a Pokemon professor, by the way. So cringe, man. Actually so cringe. So they're standing by the decision. Firestar 73 does not get the win that he earned. Also in the TCG space, Makani does not get that win either. They're standing by both decisions there. I think the most egregious is the case with Firestar 73. I think there are no grounds for that. I think that is a complete sham. And I think the community should be very alarmed that this is who controls the events. You best be on your most emotionless behavior in the future of this competitive scene here. The competitive environment of play Pokemon events from this point forward better be quieter than a fucking library. It's going to be like a funeral in there, not an ounce of joy. So, I guess that's what they're looking for. That's what they're trying to cultivate. This shit's so stupid, man. It's so embarrassing. It's so shameful. Had to yap about it. I had to give you the follow-up. That's really about it. So, yeah. I've talked about some deplorable evil people on this channel, and a lot of the times, the people I cover do face, like, very real punishment for being monsters. That's not always the case, though. Last month I made a video talking about Jesse Butler, the rapist. Jesse Butler, the rapist, was facing 10 rape-related charges, looking at a potential 78-year sentence, and this isn't a case of he was framed. Turns out he was innocent, completely blameless. It was the damn deep state working on a crazy conspiracy to throw an innocent man behind bars. No, there's overwhelming evidence to confirm this, including a video he himself took of a strangulation on one of his victims that, according to experts, would have literally killed her if he continued for even seconds longer. He is a rapist. He is a turbo rapist, in fact. And you would expect, given that this is so cut and dry, he would be behind bars for the rest of his life. Well, you'd be wrong to assume that, bozo, because it turns out his family, they've got some real leverage over there in Oklahoma. So much so that the judge and everyone involved in this case thought it was appropriate that he doesn't go to the slammer. Instead, they came up with a fate worse than death. Community service. Yep. His punishment will be no jail time, no nothing. He continues to breathe the free air, be a free man, and all he has to do is complete some community and service, do like a phone call check-in weekly, and then some sex offender treatment. They're treating this animal like he stole a balloon on Free Balloon Day. This is absolutely preposterous, and in a sane society, it would lead to everyone involved in this catastrophic ruling not only fired, but also thrown in jail themselves, and then re-sentencing Jesse Butler to a life in prison. Like, it's not a matter of if he did it. They know he did it, and they just don't care. Let me show you what Susan C. Worthington looks like, the judge presiding over this case. I want to put a face to the name so you can see what a rape defender looks like. She is totally okay with this course of action, or really lack of action. Payne County District Attorney Laura Austin Thomas also seems to be enthusiastically on board with this, confirming that his sentence requires him to complete his rehabilitation plan successfully, including an aggressive schedule of therapy with a specialist in sex offender treatment, and should he fail, he faces reclassification as an adult and a sentence of 10 years in prison. That aggressive schedule of therapy, from what I'm seeing, is basically just weekly check-ins. Whoa! Holy shit, how is he going to survive that? Man, that actually might be harder than going to prison for 78 years. He has to call somebody once a week to talk about, like, his feelings, and probably still raping on the side. Like I said in the last video covering this, him getting away with this, the only lesson he's learned is that he can literally do whatever he wants, and he's untouchable, he's invincible. So I imagine, not long into the future, he will rape again, and this time, he might kill his victim. He got very close to a fatal strangulation on his last one, and maybe the lesson he took away is that the reason he got caught is because his victims survived. So maybe next time around he won't let them survive. I think there is going to be blood on all of these people's hands. Now, I want to also show you a picture of Lauren Austin Thomas because I think it's important you see all of the rape defenders here. Now, of course, it's not just these two worms responsible. This is a long process with tons of clowns in the circus that led to this disaster, but these were the only two pictures I could find to associate with them. But yeah, Jesse Butler is free. He doesn't even have to register on anything, by the way, so he's going to go completely under the radar, incognito. He could be in your backyard raping your dog right now if you're in Oklahoma. Sleep in fear. Just sickening, disgusting stuff. Susan and Laura have sent a very clear, very loud message to the entire world that if you're a rapist, come on down to Payne County, Oklahoma. That's a place you can call home. They'll even pop champagne to welcome you and do everything in their power to protect the rapists. Now anyway, the reason why I'm yapping about this again is because Jesse Butler, the rapist, just had another hearing where a lot of people turned up to protest this complete affront to God that has unfolded here.
Jesse, why did you rape those girls, Jesse? Jesse, why did you rape the girls? You have anything to say to the victims, Jesse? You have anything to say to the victims? Being loud is not a violation. Sir, do you have anything to say to the victims? You have anything to say to the victims, Jesse? Why did you rape them, Jesse? Why did you rape the victims, Jesse? Why did you rape those girls? Why did you strangle them, Jesse? You raped those girls, Jesse. Do you have anything to say to the victims, Jesse? Why did you rape those girls? Are you as dumb as they say you are, Jesse? Is that why you were adjudicated in juvenile because you're that stupid? Are you that dumb, Jesse? Why did you rape the girls? Jackie, why are you defending your rapist son? Why'd you rape him?
Do you feel bad for being a rapist, Jesse?
Why'd you rape him?
From what I've read and what I understand, there were a lot of people that showed up to express their outrage over this whole situation here. Payne County is very upset. But it doesn't seem like anything's happening at an upper level with Susan or Laura's jobs potentially going into the gutter, which I think they should. That should absolutely just be flushed right down the shitter because this is not justice. They are clearly not actually looking for justice. They are knowingly allowing a rapist to walk free. I do think they should lose their jobs, and a lot of people showed up to echo similar sentiments about how ridiculous this whole thing is. The sentencing has already happened. This was just like a further hearing that people wanted to show up at to let their voices be heard about how unacceptable this is. So it's all done and dusted. He is not going to jail. He's not going on any kind of registry. He's not going to face any real punishment. All he's going to be doing is some community and service, then like a bit of therapy work, I suppose. That is what Susan, Laura, and the squad of fucking vermin deemed appropriate for the crime of rape, violent rape, numerous counts of rape, as well as a near fatal strangulation. It's unthinkable. It's so unbelievably corrupt. I encourage all of you to look deeper into this case because, I mean, I covered a little bit of it in the video I made on it last time, but there is some really interesting connections with Jesse Butler's family, and not only the judge, but kind of everyone in that area where his family, they do hold a lot of power. Perhaps that played a role in allowing a violent rapist to be free on the streets. Food for thought, I suppose. As you saw in that clip, there are a lot of people following Jesse around, bringing up that he is a monster. And since he's not going to jail, hopefully people will never forget who Jesse Butler is, a rapist. And he should be reminded of that fact every day so people can steer clear of him. It should follow him around like a fucking cloud over his head, like it's a cartoon with like rain falling on him. Like it is literally a rapist that is a danger to everyone around him. And since the justice system over there in Payne County, Oklahoma didn't want to take it into their hands and do something about it, it's up to the citizens to keep each other informed that Jesse Butler is someone that should be avoided at all costs and ostracized from the rest of the community at the very least so he can't prey on more victims. He is someone that should never know a moment of peace and relaxation. He is someone that people should literally sound the rape alarm anytime they see him around. He is a fucking monster who got away with it. It is just so infuriating. It is beyond sickening. And I think there should be extreme calls to action for Susan, Laura, and the rest of the system that allowed this to happen. They need to lose their position. I 100% believe they are not fit for their job. They are clearly not actually in the pursuit of justice. The only takeaway you can have from the handling of this case is that the Payne County upper brass here in the justice system is on the side of rapists. It is inarguable. How the fuck can you allow them to continue to hold those positions? There needs to be some kind of governing body to come in and say, no, enough is enough. You're fired. Also, we're going to pursue charges of our own against you for this shit. That's what I think should happen. If there's any real justice out there, I think that's what should 100% fucking happen, because this is just unacceptable. It is completely unacceptable. Anyway, though, I'll stop blabbering about it. That's about it. So, yeah. This is kind of random, but do you ever buy sealed Pokemon collections? No. But you did just remind me. This video I watched earlier, I have it in this tab here. This is crazy. It's not necessarily a full sealed collection. She does have sealed product, but Pokemon has now reached the point where it's like a full-blown like luxury like display of wealth. So this is the Jolina Giselle collection, and it's being touted as like the largest and most valuable collection. I don't think that's true. If I remember correctly, there's a Saudi Arabian royal family member who's reportedly got the most valuable collection of Pokemon cards, but he doesn't want to publicize it. So of the public collections, this might be the largest and most valuable, but I don't think it's full bore the most valuable. But check this shit out.
Amazing collection ever seen here in Switzerland. This is just a small part of it, and trust me when I tell you, it's like huge. Over 60,000 cards and products of the Jolina Giselle collection. I mean, for me as a collector, we have here the Illustrator Pikachu not one, but 2 times. Even the
it is
card
crazy.
that is the first time it got graded. Yeah, so it's super crazy. I'm Thomas Kovac. I own a store in Zurich, Amazing Toys, and I'm in the hobby.
No
for
idea
the past
where the
25
wealth comes from
years.
for Jolina Giselle.
And it's not only my hobby, it's my job. I own the store online.
2 Illustrator Pikachus is wild. Oh, actually, you don't know the half of it. What's even more wild, it's not just 2 Pikachu illustrators. This one, this 9, is the first ever graded Pikachu illustrator, which is why it's not PSA or anything. It's literally the first illustrator card to ever get graded. It's fucking absurd what she has.
It is the first time it got graded.
Oh, he even says
so
it here.
It's super crazy. I'm Thomas
I didn't even hear him say that.
I own a store in Zurich, Amazing Toys, and
yeah, it is a very
for
cool
the
card.
Past 25 years, and it's not only my hobby, it's my job. I own the store, online shop, Amazing Toys, and I'm proud to show you all of this collection. This is just a small part of it, and trust me when I tell you, Illustrator Pikachu is a small part of it. There's way more in this collection. We have back here.
I will tell you something though. I wish she displayed it better. I don't really like this feel. It feels very sterile, very like almost callous from Destiny. I don't know, just a little gaudy. I think there would have been a much cooler way of presenting this collection. You'll see what I mean.
Favorites, gold stars. We have all of the gold stars. It's just some highlights in English, PSA 10, also in Japanese PSA 10, and way more, which you will see later down the road. For me, it's like, I breathe Pokemon cards. When I see this, it's for me, I've never seen this at one spot and place, and that's why we have also here.
Scalper's
like
already
super
planning an
crazy,
Ocean's
which
11
I don't know
heist.
if you can see this anywhere.
I don't think so, man. Judging from this facility that they're in, I feel like scalpers would have a real hard time getting in here. They'd probably get shot by 15 phalanx turrets.
On the world, the University Magikarp, the Tamamushi University Prize, 5 times a Gyarados or Gyarados PSA 10. It's basically every Charizard you can think of. It's here, and it's in from the even with the PSA because we have
these gold walls open to just more PSA 10 Pokemon cards. So this is the Legendary Collection, full reverse holo PSA 10s. And she has that for like Crystal over here. But the thing is, it's in just like a shoebox rack. Like, I just don't think this is a cool way to present it.
Legendary Collection PSA 10 set in reverse foil.
Pokemon scalpers are scum of the earth. Completely agree. Now, like I said, I don't know what Jolina Giselle does, but I saw that she also did an interview with this guy. She explicitly states that she doesn't and apparently will not sell anything from her collection. Obviously, I'm assuming she's buying from like scalpers and like some fucking scumbags. But at the very least, it seems like she's just doing this for herself. It's not even a publicly accessible collection. Like, you can't pay to go see it or anything. So, as far as the hobby goes, this one's on like the lower end of degeneracy. This is just someone who has absurd fucking wealth that dumped it all into Pokemon. God, do you see what I mean though? It's just, I don't, like, you have reportedly 60,000 of like the most valuable Pokemon cards money can buy, and you display them like this. It just, there's so much room for improvement. You could make a whole terrarium out of your fucking slabbed cards. How would I display them? Oh, I would have, if I had something like this, I would 1000% have had like custom displays made for it. Something to highlight the cards and the story of the cards, and I'd have a lot more like character to it. So instead of just being like, you know, fucking empty inventory just dropping out all of your PSA slabs, I'd have like, I don't know, other cool things from the hobby. You know, like maybe the McDonald's Pokemon promotional products from back in the day, like the old gold things that aren't super valuable anymore today, but they're still really cool. Just to help emphasize the cool items. Like, this is just, to me, very bland. It doesn't have a whole lot of character to the display. You're just asking for scalpers to steal it at that point. Oh, I'd never do it. I mean, I don't have anything like this. I'm just saying, she is clearly in a position where money is no longer even a tangible thing. It's now just infinite unlock. She can do anything. I'm just surprised that she wouldn't invest more heavily in something very visually striking for this collection. Because this is, at the end of the day, just a closet and a couple of shoe racks that are filled with Pokemon cards. There's an interview that I think is on this channel. Oh, maybe not. That's her, though. I'm assuming she just comes from unimaginable wealth. Go to her website. Yeah, the website's weird. I went to the website. That's how I saw the interview, because I was so curious where this comes from. The website is a little odd. Like, in the history, I thought for sure it would say, like, the origin here, but instead it reads kind of like a Saturday morning cartoon villain kind of thing. One evening, almost casually, she asked the question, "Dad, couldn't you simply buy all the Pokemon cards? I think it would be really cool if we had them all." And that's the wholesome beginning to the most valuable collection ever. In her words. I don't think it's the most valuable collection ever, but it's the most valuable publicly displayed collection.
Jolina, thank you for having me here. I've already saw part of the collection, so I'm very happy that I can see it, and it carries even your name, and it even more has like a story from your childhood. So can you tell us a bit about the story of this collection and how it came to be?
Of course. Well, in school I was pretty shy and introverted, so I had a really hard time making friends. And I always brought something to school.
No,
with
I don't
me.
think it's AI. If this was AI, I would be beyond shocked, because this guy, from everything I can see, is legitimately someone that owns a TCG shop, is in the community. It would be crazy if he just flushed everything down the shitter to do this promo piece for a complete AI sham. And again, you can't buy anything, so I don't see what the scam would be. Like, you can't spend money here. So it'd be a really weird thing to AI scam people with, because you get literally nothing out of it. How old is she? I don't know. She looks like maybe mid-20s or something, but I have no idea. I didn't look too deep into Jolina Giselle. From the very little bits I did look, I didn't find anything. So I really couldn't tell you. Where'd she get her wealth from? That's what I said, I have no clue. I briefly tried to find it, but there's no information on where it comes
to focus
from.
on myself. And one day there just happened to be Pokemon cards. And it sparked interest.
But I didn't finish this interview. I stopped, like, here. maybe it's the last question she answers.
The other kids,
I don't know.
and that's how friendships form naturally and pretty playfully.
Is it true that as a little girl, you wanted to buy individual cards or trade individuals?
Unfortunately, no, because we like to keep the collection together, because that's what makes it so special. And if we were to sell it, only as a whole.
So, and why share it now to the public that this collection exists, which is basically for me also once in a lifetime?
We thought very carefully about it if we should go public with the collection or not, but we thought for the 30th anniversary it would be a real shame to keep it hidden, and we wanted to have something for the fans.
I mean, I'm a fan, but way out of my budget, unfortunately. If you were ever to sell this collection, what would the future owner of this collection need to bring that you could entrust this to him or her?
For us, it'd be super important that the future buyer would know what the collection stands for, because it's so much more than just Pokemon cards. It's about a promise my father made to me and always kept. And
Okay, that's very silly. That promise is, Daddy, why not just buy every Pokemon card? Daddy, every Pokemon card, please. I don't know, it's not exactly the most wholesome of promises. That shouldn't really be the story or the message behind it.
today it is the Jolina Giselle.
That's in her words, by the way. I'm not just making shit up. That is literally part of the history. Dad, couldn't you simply buy all the Pokemon cards? It'd be really cool.
Pokemon collection, the most exclusive and complete in the world.
Okay, so yeah, it doesn't explain where the money comes from. This lady literally didn't exist till last week. I know, actually popped out of nowhere with the video. But I'm gonna be honest, I think that lends more credibility to it being real, though. Because if Jolina Giselle was like some kind of influencer or like, I don't know, had some failed like schemes in the past and then all of a sudden happens to have the most valuable Pokemon collection ever publicly seen, then I'd be like, this is very sketchy, this is clearly a fucking sham, look at her history. But she comes out of nowhere and's like, we finally decided to go public with this collection, a collection that has unbelievable treasure to it. I feel like it makes it more believable. A Pokemon industry plant. Yeah. Actually, that would be pretty big brain. Because this is very clearly designed, like almost like a ChatGPT template for turning Pokemon into like some kind of Louis Vuitton like accessory, like a luxury fashion type thing. Or actually more appropriate to liken it to watches. It's designed the same way they would design like luxury watch spaces. So it could be, you know, maybe Pokemon's trying to make a play like, we need more Jolina Giselles out there with collections like this. How much would you guess the collection is worth? Haven't seen all 60,000 cards, but everything that's visible here, I think it's easily north of 20 million, probably like 25 million. This Pikachu illustrator alone is probably already like 3 by itself, and she's got 2, but this one's going to be more than this, because it's the first ever graded one. I feel like the story's real, she's real. The bigger question I have is, who is her family? Seems suspicious with how secretive it is. I would love to know. Yeah, I'm in the same boat. It's very fishy. There's only like 20-something illustrators, right? Yeah, I don't remember the exact number. It might actually be 20. Let me see. $39. There are 39 verified Pikachu illustrator cards. Look up the Giselle family. I tried, nothing came up. Because like when you look up Giselle, this is what I saw earlier. When you look up Giselle family Sweden, the first thing is Sweden charges man for selling wife to 120 men. And I was like, well, that's peculiar behavior. But it's definitely not her family. I couldn't find anything on the family. The dude on the website posing as a Swiss actor, though. Oh, this guy, who I assume is her husband? Or maybe boyfriend, I'm not really sure. They're Swiss, not Swedish. I thought they were Swedish. Is it Swiss? Doubt this will help us figure out who this family is, but you are correct. Kevin Lutolf is a Swiss model, and that is absolutely him there. He is not a small model either. Wow, actually very popular. Her dad worth at least 500 mil, cause ain't no way he's giving his daughter 25 like that if he isn't. Oh, I mean, I think it's very... Brother, that's just the collection alone. This room... Like, look at this room. This room alone is probably in like a fucking $30 million mansion. Like the chandeliers, the glass, even just like the cupboardry, like all of it is very clearly an extraordinarily expensive mansion. There's a second floor up here that's just gaudy gold. This is a billionaire family. The question is, who though? In 1,000 years, anthropologists are going to think this Pokemon cards were like Sumerian tomes or something. True. That ain't no ordinary glass either. It's Italian Murano glass. How the fuck do you even know that? I'll take your word for it because you're speaking like an authority on the matter, but you can just immediately identify glass on sight? He made it. Yeah, dude out here glass maxing. Actually, I designed those for it. Also, it's sitting on top of pure obsidian. If you stack those up, you can go to the nether. The earliest mention of her Pokemon cards is on his Instagram, February 18th. It's got to be some kind of psyop. What was the mention? Was it like a hype-up thing? Or is it like a... So we just started collecting these Pokemon cards, me and my wife. Like, what is the mention? I mean, I feel like we could probably track it, right? By some of these purchases, these are very low pop cards. So, this is a relatively new video. I imagine as some of the, like, real OG collectors look at this, they'll be able to figure out who this is. So, like, this Pikachu Illustrator card, I have no doubt you can trace the transactional history of it. Or this PSA 8 Illustrator. These are incredibly low pop cards. People keep their eyes on these all the time. I'm just not deep into it like that, so I don't know where I'd be looking to find all of that info, but the real collectors know. So you could easily find out if this is some kind of like psyop and these are just like, I don't know, extremely wealthy zombies that are instantly trying to flip this to like a, you know, Saudi royal family member looking to expand their collection. Or if it is like she says and it's been like this lifelong journey over 30 years collecting this. Entirely possible they hired him for that shoot. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's really true. Can you come pretend to be like my boyfriend or something for my Jolina Giselle Pokemon collection tour? I'm crafting a fine narrative. That's very true. I didn't think of that either. That'd be so fucking sad. Jolina apparently did an interview on a Pokemon forum where she said the collection doesn't belong to her, it belongs to her father, who wants to remain private. She also said her family is not rich, they've just been collecting cards for over 10 years. Wait, where's that forum? I've got to see that. That's the biggest fucking load of barnacles I've ever heard. Family's not rich, just been collecting for 10 years. Golden Mansion, by the way. Even 10 years ago, by the way, these cards are still hundreds of thousands of dollars. Pokemon blew up recently, but these are still extremely expensive cards 10 years ago. What forum is that from? I want to take a peek. Oh, this is new, too. Oh, is this in response? Oh, this must be in response to the video going up. No confirmation that this is actually her, but I guess still read it. Hi everyone, so sorry for the delay. We've been so overwhelmed with everything, but now I'm finally here to answer your questions. Guinness World Record, would you apply? Yes, technically we could apply. We've decided not to. It's a long process. We also don't want to take a title away from anyone. To be honest, we're also just not that interested in it. What matters to us is sharing the collection with the public, as many collections like this stay hidden for years. Guinness World Records are pretty meaningless anyway, to be fair. I could buy that. Where's the collection from? Is this about money? We're honestly just a normal family from Switzerland. Nope, not true. Very, very, very rich. I don't know why she's trying to pretend otherwise. This collection didn't come from being some super creepy rich family, but from a lot of time, dedication, and consistency over many years. Of course, it costs money, but most of the cards were bought a long time ago, long before they reached the values they have today. That being said, I know I'm very lucky. My parents have always raised me to stay grounded and humble. They both started with very little and worked really hard for everything they have, so for us, this was never about money at all. It was simply a shared passion for Pokemon, and we never expected it to become this valuable one day. So when I first asked my dad if we could collect all the Pokemon cards in the world, I had no idea what that actually meant. I wasn't aware that Pokemon cards could be so expensive. I was just a 10-year-old completely obsessed with Pokemon, and somehow that obsession ended up taking over my dad as well. Why Pokemon? Seems like she's telling the same story that she told in that interview about helping her make friends. About her favorite Pokemon. Okay, here's something interesting. We've had the collection for a bit more than 10 years. And although Pokemon is still huge and pretty emotional part of our lives, we feel like we would be ready to pass it on to someone else. Okay. Okay, hold on. That being said, we would only sell it as a whole. A collection like this took an incredible amount of time and effort to build, and we don't want to break it apart. But of course, my own personal cards are something I will always keep, and I'll share those very soon. Alright, now it's looking significantly more fishy. They've had this collection for only a bit more than 10 years. That kind of flies in the face of like collecting it for a long, long time. Again, these cards are still... You're spending millions of dollars to have this collection 10 years ago. Shit, even if you bought this collection 20 years ago, you're still spending millions of dollars on it. These are extremely, extremely rare low pop cards. There's just no way. And it's apparently 60,000 cards. So now it's seeming like they are looking to try and find a buyer for it. Which to me is probably the impetus for why they came forward with this collection video at all. All of those certs are old certs too. Not many new PSA cert cards are there. That's an interesting observation. Who owns the collection? Who's Jolina? Collection belongs to my family and was built by my dad over many years. I'm Jolina, his daughter, and I never claimed the collection was mine. I've seen some assumptions that I'm a model actor pretending to be a fake daughter, which is honestly so funny to me, but no, I'm simply his daughter. My dad prefers to stay out of the spotlight, so I ended up being the one to share the collection since it all started with me, and that's literally all there is to it. There's still a lot more questions. I'll do my best to check in here from time to time. I'm a normal student preparing for my final exams. Huh. I don't know what the Reddit stuff is that she's referring to here. You think the cards are fake or just the story? The cards are not fake. I truly don't believe the cards are fake because, again, you can check the certs yourself. It would be very difficult to fake that. Even if you were trying to do like slab switching, it would still be a hard sell. Because you'd have to... For this, it would be noticeable. So the cards are not fake. I do not believe these are fake at all. The story and everything kind of around it, that's where I believe there's a lot of red flags. I like how she says she never claimed the collection was hers, yet it's officially called the Jolina Giselle collection. The people they follow on Instagram range from Logan Paul to Crypto Dudes. If you look at the playlist on the channel, they made an entire short film for this. All very sad. An entire short film. Oh, wow. What? Okay, wait a minute. They got Fincher in here making a short film for the Jolina Giselle Pokemon collection. Wait, I'm all in.
On action.
Okay. Where's the actual short film? This is just behind the scenes. Oh, here, let's see the trailer. Maybe that's the short film. Not rich, by the way. Normal Switzerland family, by the way.
I'm all in.
This isn't just a collection. It's a legacy. Ready for round 2?
Huh. Wow, this really is peculiar. Imagine they got Neil Blomkamp to direct this. That'd be cool.
The energy on set, it was so much fun, and especially during the robbery scene, Kevin and I laughed all the time. It was so funny.
Nice stunt. Good work, Kevin. So this is definitely just her house. I was wondering if this was going to be like a set or something. Like this is just the house they rented for the sake of this short. I think this is actually just her residence. If you're that rich, why even sell the collection? If you're that rich, why sell the collection? Brother, more money. What, huh? Money, bro. What? There's still a lot of money out there that they don't have. It is weird. But again, like, I don't really see the fucking point. All of this to appeal to some crazy, gigantic turbo whale out there to buy their collection. It just feels absurdly over the top and unnecessary if that's the goal. It's very weird. It's all very weird. That's what rich people do, though. Do they? I don't know. I can't say I've seen a lot of rich people making a short film trailer to advertise their collection of Pokemon cards before doing a tour. That's pretty new to me. Like those fucking goobers that spend 50 mil on Jackson Pollocks and stuff, I don't see them making trailers to show you their Jackson Pollock, where they have Colonel Sanders fucking rappel through the window. I gotta get my hands on that Pollock! This is the fucking Rim Jimbo collection of Pollock paintings. Fucking world renowned. You're just not tuned into the scene. Maybe. Will you buy it? Will I buy it? Brother, what the fuck? Yeah, I'll toss her an offer. I'll play ball. Hold your horses. No, this video is not about One Punch Man Season 3. If anyone out there has eyeballs and you've unfortunately subjected them to the torture of One Punch Man Season 3, you probably know that not much has changed since the last video I made on it in terms of how disastrous this season has been. But I want to give credit where credit is due. The most recent episode, episode 8, is the first time this season I felt like I was actually watching an animated series. We had a fight sequence with characters that actually moved in this episode. Whee! Yeah, we fucking got there, baby. Anything is possible! This is the first episode where the fight scenes actually have motion. There are moments in the flashy flash fight that I think are really good. Is it perfect? No. But compared to the rest of the dog shit we've been fed, this was a gourmet meal of an episode. And I think what this shows, at least to me personally, is that JC Staff can deliver quality at least to the same level they did in Season 2 of One Punch Man, which in hindsight, pretty solid, but Bandai is the reason why Season 3 is so shitty, because of lack of budget they were willing to allocate to the season, lack of time they gave JC Staff to work on it. Somehow they still had it be just like rushed out and farted whatever they could get on the table. Even though it's been 6 years since Season 2, I think Bandai is the main villain here that has caused Season 3 to be so awful, so rough. And Episode 8, I think, is irrefutable evidence that JC Staff can deliver good quality animation if they have resources and time to do so, which Bandai deprived them of, just left them fucking emaciated, malnourished with no money and no time to work on it. But I was pleasantly surprised at the quality of Episode 8. The flashy flash fight, I thought, was really solid overall. It doesn't salvage Season 3, like it doesn't redeem it, but it is a nice treat. There's only a handful of episodes left in Season 3, so this is very tardy to the party here. This would be like me finally hitting a growth spurt and reaching 6 feet tall by the time I'm 85 years old. You know, at the ripe age of 85, I'm finally living my dream of being 6 feet tall. But you know, it's a little late. Kind of cool anyway, I guess, though. Point is, I'm glad Episode 8 was good. It's finally a step in the right direction, and maybe I'm just suckling on the supple bosom of hopium. Maybe I'm just latched onto the titty here. But maybe this is a sneak peek at things to come, that the next handful of episodes, it's going to finish on a high note instead of this sad whimper that the rest of the season has been. Probably unlikely, but who knows. What I do know is that we here at Cheeky decided to extend the Black Friday sales offer to today. So today will be the final day for the 20% off of all of our soaps using any creator codes. So go to usecheeky.com right now to get the best soap in the universe at an incredible deal. Anyway, like I said, this video is not even about One Punch Man, but I wanted to mention that really quick. This video is actually about a different anime, one that a while ago I said I didn't like. And I dropped it after like 5 or so episodes. It just wasn't hitting for me. But recently I wanted to give it another shake, another spin, because I've seen Perpetual Glaze for it, and I thought, let's just really commit to it and let's watch the series. And I really, really like it. Frieren. Frieren is a show that I'm sure you've probably heard of in some capacity because people love this show. And when I initially watched it when it first came out, I just had a hard time getting into it. Like, it was a very nice looking show and it was very comfy and cozy, but I just wasn't getting invested into the world or the characters. But I just keep seeing and have always seen so much praise for it that I just thought, you know what, let's just watch the whole thing, and if it's really not for me, it's not for me, but at least I, consumed the entire thing to know for sure. Which is typically not a philosophy I subscribe to. I think, like One Piece, for example. I, out of spite, committed to watching the entire One Piece series, but it took me like fucking 400 episodes to fall in love with it. I don't think it's reasonable or rational to expect everyone else to go through with that level of headstrong commitment for something that you weren't, immediately loving. I think it's totally okay to drop something after a few episodes if it's just not feeling like it vibes with you. But for Frieren, I just continue to see amazing things. So I said, let's do it. I want to give it another shot, and I'm really happy I did, because this time around, I genuinely thought it was like a masterpiece. I think Frieren is incredible, and now I'm super pumped for Season 2. I think it was such an amazing experience. I don't know what demon crawled up my ass the first time I watched this, but it must have been clouding my vision with sin and folly. Because I was a big dummy back then, I suppose. And looking back on it, it's weird because I've never had an issue with slow burn in media, whether it's games, movies, shows. In fact, some of my favorite are more of a slow burn experience, which Frieren definitely is. But I don't know, I guess just initially I didn't get hooked by the concept, and Frieren as a character wasn't someone that I felt I could care about across many episodes. And I think that's probably because the show does something I don't think any other shows I've ever seen have done. It starts you at the end of a hero's journey. Frieren's previous party had just completed the major task, defeating the ultimate evil, saving the world. You as the viewer don't get to see that happen. You don't watch the show that focused on that hero's journey. You are watching the show of what happens next through the eyes of Frieren, who is an immortal being. She is an elf. So the 10 years they spent on that journey saving the world, that's not even a blip on the radar of her overall lifespan. And the way she views the world around her is very distant and removed emotionally because everything she is experiencing is so trivial in the grand scheme of her never-ending life. Her extraordinarily long life, all of this will be meaningless at some point. So she's very apathetic. There was a comparison I drew on my first watch that I still think is somewhat applicable, where there is a game, an amazing game I played a long time ago on the Xbox 360 called Lost Odyssey, that kind of tackles occasionally similar things as Frieren through some short stories in the game. And I don't know, I think maybe I just got the wrong impression for what the show was really about and where the show was going. Because I didn't give it enough of a chance. But I'm just so happy I went back to watch Frieren, because this show really is special. And even the first 4 or 5 episodes this time around, I was a lot more gripped by. And the show does, really gather a lot of steam after you get through, the initial building blocks and the foundation that it lays. My initial impressions of Frieren was that she was just going to be kind of a generic stoic character and immortal where everyone she could ever care about will die, so what's the point in caring? Which is something I've seen in other shows where they have a character that feels kind of like a robot, like an emotionless husk. And I thought that's what they were setting Frieren up to be, where eventually they'd start to crack that shell slowly but surely. She is immortal, time is very different to her. but she has emotions. She has tons of emotions, and she conveys them in her own way, and she subtly changes as well in her own way as a result of all of her experiences and everyone that she meets. And she starts to have regrets, and she starts to care to learn about these people that she has a party with. So it's a very cool growth to see across the season, and I just think the show is beautifully done. It has action too. It's not like just dialogue and doing chores. Granted, a lot of it is them making stops in their journey to do certain things, but the stops are also a really valuable experience too, and they're not like boring or anything. I actually think some of the stops are the most memorable parts of the show, with what you get to learn and what comes from their experiences at these stops, where she's like collecting grimoires and whatever is payment. It's just unlike anything I'd seen before, and I think my initial impressions were that it was going to be like kind of boring, maybe even slice of lifey, so I just maybe didn't tune out and connect with the themes. But going back this time around, man, it fucking hits. Time has always been like a very grand, scary concept to me. In fact, 2 of my tattoos are time-oriented pieces, as corny as that sounds. It's just so interesting the things you can play with in this ballpark when it comes to time. And the way Frieren uses it with her, I think is brilliant. The show is just truly a complete package. It is visually breathtaking. I think they've knocked it out of the park with the animation. The emotional beats really resonate with viewers clearly, because it's like one of the top rated anime of all time. But like even me personally, a lot of like the themes that we're coming across, like they do hit, and it feels very poignant. Like it is a well-executed show when it comes to its emotional moments, and its characters, I feel like, have a lot of depth and are very well fleshed out and established, and it makes you care about them and their journey. And it does also have action, and I think the action is great. I'll probably wait to do a full review on Frieren after Season 2, because it's right around the corner. But for now, I just wanted to put this out here about how wrong I was with my initial impressions of Frieren. This show slaps. I think Frieren is a masterpiece. So I definitely get the glaze now. And yeah, I just wanted to talk about it a little bit. That's about it. So yeah. What if I told you Santa Claus was on his way to your house? Old Saint Nick wiggling down your chimney to deliver to you the thing you've always wanted. But en route, on his way to your residence, he was gunned down, murdered in cold blood, and your dream gift stolen. That's exactly what I'm telling you. It literally happened. A Bloodborne remake was taken from us. In early 2025, it's reported that Bluepoint pitched a Bloodborne remake. They were pregnant with Bloodborne, and then they were punched in the stomach, killing it before it ever even had a chance. This news just broke in light of Bluepoint's closure. It's been announced that Bluepoint is shutting down, which is an absolute fucking shame, because I thought they were making bangers. They most notably made the Demon's Souls remake, which I thought was incredible. I recently replayed it, and I think it's an amazing game. And they also made the Shadow of the Colossus remake. And now they have been put in the dirt. The reason for their shutdown is because Sony seemingly lost faith in them. They thought they couldn't make their own game, didn't have the gall for it, and they just couldn't find a partnership that made sense. Which I think is a fascinating take, considering this is the same company that was more than willing to queef out hundreds of millions of dollars shoveled into Concord, of all things. So you're telling me they believed more in Concord, the live service hero farter, than Bluepoint, with a proven track record of making good remakes, and having the facilities to make good games? Super confusing, especially when you consider Bluepoint was one of the few studios that was actually able to put out a high-quality game exclusive to the PlayStation 5 that made it enticing for people to even want to purchase the console in the first place. For me, Demon's Souls Remake was a system seller, and there are very few games that PlayStation 5 even really had throughout its run here. PlayStation 5 is going to finish this console generation with less games on it than the fucking Shrek 2 DVD had in its main menu. So one of the few studios that proved that it was able to actually make a good game, now no longer exists. In all fairness, I will admit that the title Bluepoint was cooking for the last X amount of years sounded fucking abominable. It sounds like such a bad joke. It was a live service God of War spin-off adventure. Oh, God. So that was a really bad project for Bluepoint to be undertaking. It was canceled by PlayStation in January of 2025, which is then right after when Bluepoint pitched the Bloodborne remake. And I will say that a live service God of War game sounds like a Sony decision that they tasked Bluepoint with. It sounds like something that they took and said, Bluepoint, you're doing this. I don't think that was Bluepoint's main goal. I don't think they were salivating to create a live service God of War experience. I can't imagine Bluepoint was crawling on hands and knees, groveling and kissing the feet of Sony, begging them to allow them to make a live service God of War spin-off game. That just seems like a Sony corporate zombie decision. And Sony publicly stated numerous times that one of their main focuses was live service experiences. So this really does seem like an idea, cooked up in the laboratory of Sony, and it's the exact same brain-dead approach that led to the foul, smelly Concord that only breathed for about 2 weeks. An embarrassing 2-week blunder. So this feels like it was a Sony decision, and then after the disaster of Concord, they probably wanted to pump the brakes a bit, so then they canceled the God of War live service game that they put with Bluepoint. And then when Bloodborne Remake pitch didn't make it across the finish line, then they didn't have a whole lot that they were working on, so they shut them down here a year later. And I also thought when reading this headline that it was Sony that poo-pooed on the idea, because Sony basically just says Bloodborne is our property to sit on and do nothing with. But it turns out that's not the case. So according to Bloomberg, Bluepoint was told that the numbers made sense to remake Bloodborne, but FromSoft didn't want it to happen. So it wasn't Sony that put the kibosh on it or anything. It was actually FromSoft. Former PlayStation executive Shuhei Yoshida theorized during a Kinda Funny interview last year that FromSoft president Miyazaki, who directed Bloodborne, was interested in remaking the 2015 action game himself, but was too busy to do so. Yoshida said he doesn't want anyone else to touch it. And if that's true, he believes PlayStation will respect Miyazaki's wishes, even though PlayStation owns the IP. Now, I understand, and I think most people have understood, that Bloodborne is a very special title for Miyazaki and FromSoft, but I think most people have also heard about how much they've wanted to do with Bloodborne, and multiple times in the past they've reiterated that that's not their decision to make. So the impression was, for the last decade, Sony was the one predominantly making the decision to keep Bloodborne in the toy box under lock and key, letting the dust gather. And that they were just squatting on it, either because they didn't believe that it was, a powerhouse of an IP that they actually want to do something with, or whatever. But it seems like there also is the case of FromSoft just not wanting anyone else to work on it, but they themselves are too busy to do so. Which is understandable, but they did allow Bluepoint to remake Demon's Souls. So then I got wondering, well, were they just disappointed with how they handled that remake? Like, maybe they thought that shit was poop, and they didn't enjoy it, they weren't a fan, so they didn't want Bluepoint to touch Bloodborne, which is an extremely special title to them. So I went looking for, some old interviews, and the most I can find is this. It's an Edge magazine interview with Miyazaki talking about Demon's Souls remake, and one of the things that was a big topic was how impressive visually Demon's Souls remake looked, talking about the graphical fidelity, and Miyazaki even said, that actually added pressure to them with Elden Ring, because Bluepoint's Demon's Souls remake looked so good. And when talking about the remake, it's mostly positive. Now, of course, obviously he's not going to come out and be like, oh man, that's the worst thing I've ever played in my life or anything, but what I read here sounds like someone that actually does appreciate the work that went into it. So he was asked about, what's it like to experience the re-release of a game you originally worked on over a decade ago but had no direct involvement in. And he said, point blank, I haven't played it, but it's because I don't enjoy playing games I've made in the past, brings up a lot of old emotions, memories, and gets a little bit overwhelming. So he hasn't played it, but then he says that he's very glad to see it get this fresh look, these brand new current-gen graphics. He then goes on to praise some of the decisions they made, even outside of the visuals, with their mechanics. He goes on to give a lot of flowers to how Bluepoint handled Demon's Souls remake. So it seems like he and FromSoft were pleased with how they approached that one, though there are also rumors out there that behind the scenes they were really disappointed. Trust me, bro, they were fucking fuming at the FromSoft headquarters with Blue Point's Demon's Souls remake. It was insulting. They were actually about to march over there with sledgehammers and beat them to death because of how much they hated it. But I can't find any, like, official sources that confirm that. That's all just rumors and speculation. What I can find, however, is them just openly saying, like, yeah, it was actually, like, really impressive what they did. It doesn't seem like there's any animosity. It doesn't seem like they hated that or anything. But when Blue Point pitched the idea for a Bloodborne remake, I guess they weren't interested there because Bloodborne means too much to them, and it's something I guess they directly want to be involved with, which they wouldn't be if Blue Point took it over, because like with Demon's Souls remake, they weren't involved with that. And I guess Bloodborne just means way too much for them to want to do that. So even though they can't work on it themselves right now, that also means that they just don't want anyone to work on a video game for Bloodborne in general, if it's not them. Which, I can understand, it makes sense. However, that also means 11 years of no Bloodborne anything. This motherfucker is still 30 FPS. This bitch is still 30 FPS. There's no remake, no PC port, no nothing, no movement, no schmovement on Bloodborne for 11 years for something that is one of, like, the most beloved titles, like, in PlayStation's catalog these days. Like, it's up there with some of the greats, and it's only one game right now. And I speculate it will be one game for many, many moons to come. I personally don't foresee any new Bloodborne games coming, right around the corner anytime soon. Maybe, deeper into the future, we might see like a Bloodborne 2 or Bloodborne port, but I don't think it's anytime soon. Anyway, just wanted to yap about this. I keep my finger on the pulse of anything Bloodborne related. Fingers crossed that one day we'll see more from this. It's one of the best games ever made. It's such a fucking shame that we still don't have more from it. Anyway, though, that's really about it. So, yeah. Have you ever wanted to be sued? Perhaps. Have you ever wanted to be sued by multiple entities at the same time, filling every orifice with a lawsuit? I would imagine no. That's an awfully hot copied spot. We're talking about Pikmin copying the homework of multiple big titles to like an almost comical degree. Like, this would be something that I feel like would be almost satirical from like a game development student in college making this as like a, I don't know, a project piece for class. Never actually anticipating selling it or anything because they know that they would get fucking biblically smacked down by the companies that they are heavily borrowing from. And borrowing is doing a lot of heavy lifting there. That is loosey-goosey because it is almost one-to-one carbon copy a clone. That's right, I'm talking about Pikmin. Pikmin is a game that came out of nowhere with a trailer that kind of got a lot of eyebrows raised because it is strikingly similar to Pow World, Pokemon, Zelda, and even a sprinkle, a hint of Overwatch. So Pikmin is being developed by a studio named Pocket Pair, who has a remarkable track record of their first game. Now, the name Pocket Pair might have, made you feel like you'd heard it before, and it's because you're probably getting it confused with the developer of Pow World. Their name is Pocket Game. It seems Pocket Pair was very inspired not only by Pow World itself, but even the studio's name. They wanted to take inspiration from almost one-to-one. Not only studio name, they also really liked the description that Pow World uses on their Steam page because they lifted that bitch almost one-to-one as well. Dive into a vast, uncharted continent filled with ancient civilizations and mysterious creatures called Pikmin. In this multiplayer open-world survival crafter, you'll team up with your Pikmin to fight, farm, and build industrial empires while thwarting a shadowy organization's plot. Now let's take a peek at what Pow World describes its game as. Fight, farm, build, and work alongside mysterious creatures called pals in this completely new multiplayer open-world survival and crafting game. That's pretty close. To me, it sounds like Pikmin, the developers, said, "Hey Grok, can you take this description and add a few more words to it, maybe a little buzzwords? about fight, farm, and fuck your way to the top or something with our Pikmin. It's pretty close. The DNA is still very much intact. Now, Pikmin is being published by a company called Network Go, whose name to me already feels fishy. That sounds like the name of the Wi-Fi at my local coffee shop. Like, everything about Pikmin is just so peculiar, and it's apparently a very real game that they're looking to release. And when you watch this trailer, we watched it on stream, when you look at this, you will immediately see that this isn't some kind of Pow World situation where it's very clearly existing in a very similar genre with similar designs to Pokemon, but completely changing the formula to something unique for its own identity. It is actually taking one-to-one elements from these games and then just fucking fisting it into this trailer here haphazardly. It is actually like borderline plagiarizing these properties. It's pretty ridiculous. Have you seen the game Pikmin that's copying Pokemon, Pow World, Breath of the Wild, and somehow Overwatch? I haven't watched the trailer, but I heard about it from a buddy of mine. Let me check it out. Am I on 2x speed? No, that just seemed like it was fucking schmoovin'. Pikmin! I feel like Nintendo's gonna send me a cease and desist just watching this trailer. That's pretty shameless. That is pretty shameless character design there. Who's making this? What studio's making this? Pocket Game. Let's see. They don't even have a website. This is literally just a random Steam dev. This is all they have. A studio with no fear, that's who. True! That's actually just Lucario, isn't it? Am I on the crack pipe? It's just Lucario wearing some work gloves. No, it's clearly not Pikachu. That didn't look like Pikachu at all. He had like a mullet. Wow. Yeah, they really stole directly from Pow World and Pokemon. Huh. That is shameless. And that's just Roadhog. That is just source filmmaker Roadhog. Wow. Wow. I guess the strategy is get sued for marketing, maybe? Is the idea? Oh, didn't mean to click that. There's apparently an after credits scene here. It's probably gonna be Luigi or something. Steal from literally everything. Bro, that's literally Pikachu. I mean, yeah, they did just direct rip many things. Pretty interesting. It feels like a stupid idea. Because, like, Pal World, while it's clearly Pokemon inspired, it's totally different, night and day, to a Pokemon game. This is literally using Pokemon models and direct ripping Pal World game. Like, there's no argument. I still can't get over just how egregious it is. They didn't even bother trying to hide it at all. They literally have Roadhog. They have Roadhog. I wouldn't be surprised if they just took the assets from these games and just said, alright, now they're in Pikmin. Now it's not Roadhog, it's Pickhog. Or it'd be Hogmon or something. It's out of control. And the Pikachu, that one, that is a giggle-worthy moment because it is actually Pikachu, but then they just put on like a faux hawk or something and said, no, it can't be Pikachu. Pikachu doesn't have a faux hawk, don't be ridiculous. That's clearly something very different. It's a Pikmin, not a Pokemon. I am so interested to see how this unfolds because it is taking a lot from quite a few huge games without even really attempting to pretend that it's unique to Pikmin. I have to imagine that there will be like cease and desist letters hitting their doorstep pretty quickly. I would wager a guess based on the trailer here. Now maybe this is all placeholder stuff and they plan on overhauling the designs by launch. I don't know. I couldn't tell you what the strategy is. It is mind-boggling. I had to yap about it a little bit. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. Well, 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 would you look at that? You called me short, and you were right, but then you called me stupid, and you were right again. You were wrong, however, when you called me crazy for sounding the alarm on the mind control that the TikTok zombies are falling victim to. Companies have found a way to get inside, worm their way into people's brains like that alien from Men in Black, Orion's belt pulling the levers on that dude's body. These corporations have found a way to control TikTok users' spending habits, to have them spend oodles of clams on actual landfill slop. Products that I know they couldn't move and were probably squatting on so much inventory, panicking, wondering what the fuck they're going to do with it besides just bury it in a landfill somewhere. And then someone hatched the idea, probably after seeing the Labubu craze, what if we paid influencers to pretend to be hype about it? And this formula of companies sprinkling tiddlywinks of cash throughout a wide array of TikTokers' pockets in order to glaze and get people excited about literal garbage has proven to be a grand slam for these corporations that are peddling poop. It has sparked a fire that has become out of control, leading to a raging inferno of just brainless consume. Consume at all costs. Come hell or high water, go to Target and buy the thing.
Off and then ready?
Pink, pink. Fuck this shit.
3, 2, 1.
This is the latest one with the mystery glitter dumplings because companies have figured out if there is a gotcha element or a blind box mystery element to it, people will go ballistic over it no matter what the fuck it is. Even something like this, which is just a absolutely terribly made squishy toy. In a lot of these videos, people will pick up their glitter dumpling and give it a squeeze to celebrate, which is the intended purpose, instantly blows up like a fucking grenade in their hand. This is not a product that a sane society would ordinarily be going ballistic over. This would be something you'd see at like the checkout kiosk and be like, maybe I could use this as like a little fidget toy, or maybe my kid will. And it'd just be something real quick, real cheap, you throw it on the counter, you don't think about it, and it ends up in a closet for 20 years. But because companies have wisened up to the spending habits of TikTok, where they realized what everyone else with eyes has realized, that people will buy anything if they think it will help them get views or fit in with what's popular at the time. So the little trend starts, and this is not organic by any means, but the little trend starts where You open the glitter dumpling and you turn your head and you either get a boring static color like green or you get the super rare, super exciting glittery dumpling. And brands obviously want to elevate the intensity of it, so if you get one of the commons, you gotta scream, ah, 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 ah. You have to go crazy, no, it's terrible. You have to convince your toddlers to say, fuck this, or shit, damn, that kind of stuff. You gotta get them swearing because it's so intense. And if you get the glittery one, that's the best moment of your life. That's more important than marriage. Like, that is the biggest event that's ever happened in your life. And then people see that, they're like, okay, I'll participate in this. I'll go out and get fucking 50 of them, a whole pallet like that one girl there with the glitter. You could see like an entire box, a case of glitter dumplings as she's trying to get that pull for the sake of the TikTok. It's very clearly artificial. These companies have products like this, which is trash. And I imagine they've had it for a long time. This isn't a unique product. This is something that's existed since I was a kid. Back in the Stone Ages, you know, fucking 20 years ago. But back then, this was something you'd find at like an arcade where if you didn't get enough tickets to get the actual item you want, well, you'd get this and maybe a stick of gum. So these companies have squatted on shit like this for a long time, but they've found a way to repackage it using TikTok influencers, spreading out money and making a trend out of it that has just gone bonkers for them. Just being able to hawk this of all things, and people buy it and convince themselves that it was fun and a good purchase. The ones that are unpaid, by the way, the actual like paid promotions of this, they don't give a fuck. It is obviously fake. It is part of the brand deal, but it convinces normal people to also participate as well in order to get some views, participate in the trend, you know, feel included in it.
Okay, ready?
This is the future of products. Like, I'm saying that genuinely. Every company is seeing this and has been seeing it and is leaning into it, and it's working extremely well. If it can work for something like a fucking terribly made squishy toy that blows up like half the time someone squishes it, it will work for anything. Again, this isn't some new toy or new invention only made possible in 2026. This has been around for decades, and it's something you couldn't give away for free. Nobody would want this. And everyone in these videos also most likely doesn't actually want it. They just want to participate in this hype train around it of like freaking out if you get the good one or being real mad and real steamed about getting the bad ones. It's not something they're going to use. Anyone that actually wants to use it probably can't even fucking find one at this point because it's selling so much to people on TikTok desperate for attention. But it's inevitably just going in the trash. And the people that are scalping it are also going to have their product inevitably end up in the trash. It's a great time to be a landfill, I'll tell you what. Your tummy's never running on empty. It is constantly being filled gluttonously with shit like this. Because once the scalpers can't move this product anymore, when the trend starts to peter out, no one's going to be buying it, at least not anywhere close to how they were, so they'll end up having to dump it. And this is just another example of how easily companies can control people's spending. All you have to do is convince them that this is like a fun trend to hop aboard, and they're willing to open up their wallet for it. Even for something as useless and stupid as fucking mystery dumpling. And this is far from an isolated case. In fact, I think there's an even better example, one that I covered recently, which is Neatos. Neatos are just colored shapes that are also just a little squishy fidget toy. There's nothing even gotcha-fied about it. The Neato you want, you get. You go to Target, they have the Neatos. It's not a blind box, it's not a mystery, there's not even a gotcha element. And yet, through the same means of just having some TikTok influencers hype it up like, Nitos, you gotta go get them, you need these in your life right now, you're a pussy, you're a loser, everyone hates you, you're ugly, you stink if you don't have Nitos. And through just like this hyping up of Nitos artificially, people then just started going out to Target and violently getting their hands on Nitos. I was covering brawls at Target over Nitos, people slitting each other's throats to get their hands on Nitos. And then scalpers found it. So then scalpers started flocking to it and getting pugilistic for Nitos. And now, Nitos have made oodles and oodles of cash, and they don't even have a gotcha element to it. So it's not even the mystery loot box element of it. It's just TikTok told me that this is hype and trendy, and well, I want to be part of this, so I'll go buy a bunch. It's that effect of like, you're not cool unless you pee your pants. You gotta go out there and you gotta get the thing TikTok's talking about. You gotta go get it. And it works super well. And interestingly enough, in most cases, it appears to be really garbage toys that are actually made for sense that companies have likely been squatting on for years with no way, scratching their head trying to figure out, how do we get rid of all of this? And now they found the answer. They found the solution through TikTok and artificially hyping things up and get people in a spending frenzy for it. There are some good products, though, that I've seen come from TikTok. Like, I know TikTok Shop is notorious for a lot of trash, but I actually have seen some good products, and I am aware that there are some companies that do actually use it to promote something positive, like an actual useful item that is like solid. So I know it does exist, but that's not the biggest thing that TikTok sellers are being utilized for. It's for shit like Nitos and mystery dumplings. Again, mystery dumplings fully leans into this. Their branding now is the viral mystery dumpling. Like, this is something they have clearly planned for. It was a calculated marketing push through TikTok to get people brainwashed into buying. And it's going to continue. It's working really well, showing no signs of slowing down. So expect more and more Nito adjacent and mystery dumpling adjacent and Labubu type products to be fucking blowing up here. Anyway, just wanted to yap about it. That's about it. So yeah. I got no silly intro for you today. What this lady's done just makes me furious, so I want to yap about it. Krishan Rock. Maybe you've heard her name, maybe you haven't. I'm pretty confident you've at least seen a couple of clips of hers because she has been addicted to social media attention for a while. So she constantly pops up on popular streamers' streams to try and leech a little bit of clout for herself. Personally, I've always found her to be like a vibe dementor on stream where she just sucks out all the fun and all the life, leaving only misery in its wake. But that's not the biggest deal in the world. There's plenty of people that are, vibe terrorists that just aren't super entertaining to watch. That's not like a crime. But what is a crime, at least should be, is the way that she handled her pregnancy. Krishan Rock loved to party. I say loved like it's past tense. I'm sure she still currently does. But while she was pregnant, she still didn't let that stop her. It wasn't an obstacle. She didn't pump the brakes because she's pregnant. She still went hog wild partying, drinking and smoking while pregnant. And this was shown multiple times on camera, just shamelessly drinking and smoking while pregnant, which everybody knows is really bad for the baby.
Because we all was drinking, even you, with the baby and stuff. Why are you lying?
Ladies, one more time.
Get yourself together.
Where the bottle at?
Oh my gosh.
Drink it.
She asked for another bottle. I'm just
gonna... No liquor? Yes, I can. I can abort the child tomorrow. It won't hurt me.
No,
you shut the door because it's cold.
No fucking liquor.
When they were here last time, him and Krishan was pregnant. Y'all were doing all that smoking and drinking here in the thing.
This is just one short compilation, but a lot of these clips go on longer of her drinking even more. And this is only what's been caught on camera. I can only imagine how often off camera she was also smoking and drinking. It's fucking terrible. And it's not like she didn't know. She even had that clip in there where she's like, it's alright, I can just abort the child, not gonna hurt me. fucking evil mindset. Like, what? She couldn't stop herself from smoking and drinking while pregnant. She did have the child, and this September he will be 3 years old. He still cannot walk or talk, and it seems like also has a hard time just sitting up on his own without assistance supporting him. It is heartbreaking. It is actually heartbreaking. And I don't know why what she's done isn't just full-blown child abuse. Like, I don't know how that's not just a crime. Like, it's all just right out there in the open. Like, it's not a secret. People extremely close to her have just point-blank said that she has smoked and drank throughout her pregnancy. They've said it a couple of times. It's just so fucking unhinged. And now, she just did an interview, and it's the reason why I'm even yapping about it outside of just streams where I've talked about it loosely. She did an interview where she's now denying that her child has a disability and says that, you know, the doctors are wrong, the doctors don't know, which to me says that she's not even willing to get this child the assistance that he is likely going to need going forward.
And if it's anything I could do, help, I'm here. The part that really messed with me is that Blueface doesn't seem active in the child's life because of his disability. Hold on. I feel like that's what triggered me, and my anger overpowered my message. You're in the right now, and I'm here to support and congratulate you overly. So I said my son does not have a disability. He is developing at his own pace and hitting his milestones in his own timing. Every child is different, and I'm confident in his growth. If I said it, he had a disability, then he... But it's like,
don't tell me.
I ain't say none of that.
For context here, she was reading some messages about someone who they had some drama, and this individual said that, you know, the thing that messed them up most was, you know, Blueface not being as active in the child's life because of the child's disability. That was the claim that was made there. She then snapped back saying that her son does not have a disability. He's developing at his own pace. Then, in a minute here, I'll show you the clip where she starts making a mention of, like, doctors, like how you can't believe a doctor when they're speaking ill on your child, that kind of thing. Now, of course, I'm not a doctor, but for reference, most babies will begin the walking and talking process, getting, like, a word out from, like, 12 up to, like, 18 months. That's when they'll start to hit these milestones. Typically, that's like the normal range. She is right, though, every child is different, so some take a little bit longer. However, it has been over 2 years. It's been, 27 months, and her son still is doing none of that, and also seemingly still having a hard time sitting up on their own, too. That does seem like there may be a disability there, and the fact that she references a doctor speaking ill on her child makes me believe that when a doctor was informing her that this might be the result of a disability, she took it as an insult, and that this doctor is just some kind of evil demon that's insulting her baby, and now she's like refusing to acknowledge it, which I think is just extremely detrimental for the child, because if the child does have a disability, the child is going to need some extra assistance from doctors, from other people. And if she's going to deny the child those resources, that's even worse for the kid. Just because she refuses to say it doesn't mean that it might not be true.
It's not even just that. It's like, say if someone, a doctor, anybody speak against your kid or yourself, then you should not accept it, bro. Yeah, anybody. Yeah. If they're guessing or whatever, no. The word said what the word said. God said what the God says. I don't have to accept what you... So it's really like me, like, protecting a revelation that I heard from the Lord over my son. Yeah. And then it's like redirecting that energy back to that mouth, that tongue, that powerful tongue. Who said I had it? Who said it?
Now, recently, Krishan Rock made a big Christianity push where she's accepting the word of God and taking the Lord as her savior, which I always applaud people for doing if it's coming from a genuine place. Unfortunately, in the modern day, there are some absolute vile people that use Christianity as like this get out of jail card where it's, used as a tool to avoid any level of accountability and responsibility. Like, nope, I'm completely clean, so all of the terrible, heinous actions I've done in my past no longer exist, and you can't use them against me in any way, shape, or form because now I'm a Christian, so, we have to forget about all of that, and you're a bad person if you bring them up now. And I really hate that mentality. And I hate to say it, but I do get that same sense from Krishan Rock, where she's using it as a way of just being like, hey, you all have to forgive me for all of this shit that I've done. And a lot of it you've watched, especially like with the pregnancy. And I don't think I've seen her take any level of like self-reflection or accountability for the terrible fucking way that she handled her pregnancy with the smoking and drinking and the impact that it may have had on her child's life. Like, speaking of the word of God, Krishan, what do you think God would say to something like this?
Get yourself together.
Where the bottle at?
Oh my gosh. Drink it.
She asked for another bottle. I'm just
You can't have no liquor?
Yes, I can. I can abort the child tomorrow. It won't hurt me.
No,
You shut the door because it's cold.
Complete callousness, uncaring if the baby lives or dies, even saying that she would get an abortion and it wouldn't affect her. There's also another clip where she's 20 weeks pregnant, talking to a doctor and asks if it's too late to get an abortion. It seems like she's solely driven by her own self-interest. She didn't want to stop partying and drinking and smoking, and so she didn't, even while pregnant. And unless I've missed it, she's never talked about this, or made any kind of big, like, huge apology about the error and misdeeds of how she handled her pregnancy or anything. And also, I think she's still the exact same Krishan Rock now as she always has been. Throughout this entire podcast, she goes on and on and on, just regurgitating this notion that she is done with drama. Drama is in her past, now it's all about her future. However, she spends the whole podcast reading drama text messages and talking over the hosts in order to keep playing around in the drama cesspool, like the entire time, except now she's using Christianity as her shield as a way of winning these arguments in the drama. Like, well, this is what this guy said, but the Word of God says this, so he's definitely wrong for it, and what he said about me is unacceptable because now, fully Christian, all of that. She is still 100% participating in drama this entire podcast episode while pretending that she's not and that she's left all of that behind and has changed.
Do you let God vindicate on your behalf?
Well, like you said,
it's going to be a day where... Like, I can't wait when my son start walking and talking. I'm going to just be like, exactly.
Like I told y'all.
I said, I told y'all. He told y'all. Shoot, I was just relaying the message. It's like one of those.
I truly hope her son does start walking and talking soon. I'm really wishing the absolute best for that kid, but I do not think that this is a mother fit to raise a child, especially based on her statements in this interview here, where it seems like she's no longer even going to listen to doctors in regards to the potential disability that her child may have. Like, that just sets this kid up for a really rough future. I'm really, really hoping this child gets the care that he needs. I am not convinced that Krishan Rock is a good mother to this child at all. It still, to me, feels as though she's solely interested in her own career as opposed to trying to help her son to the best of her abilities. And it seems like she's already toying with the idea of depriving him of this medical care that he may require in the future. That's the impression I get from this interview. I really do not like this lady at all. I just don't. I hate what she did during pregnancy, knowing full well how horrible that is to the development of a child. It's not like she was, oblivious to that fact. She wanted to keep drinking and smoking, and in order to do that, she even said, look, I'll just get an abortion. It won't affect me at all, and I'll just keep drinking and smoking. She didn't get the abortion, but she just kept drinking and smoking. And now her child is developing at an abnormal pace and is seemingly unwilling to listen to doctors about it. And I really, really, really think that what she did during pregnancy is just pretty unforgivable, to be honest. And so I wanted to yap about it. That's really about it. So yeah. Discord's come a long way since its humble beginnings as a Reddit tier, memer, fedora-tipping narwhal baconing at midnight service where every time you fired it up, it'd toss incredibly timeless classics at you like constructing additional pylons and overloading on memes, watch out for Wumpus, and anytime you contacted their support, you were put in touch with Springle, the mystical gnome fairy elf wizard lord, to do nothing to help you with whatever problem you had. Discord has grown a lot since those days. It has been a staple in society for the last couple of years. And just a few hours ago, they put out an announcement about some big upcoming changes to Discord that they may as well have just announced they're shutting down. Like, that would have been more positively received than what we actually got here. This is despicable. Discord has announced that all accounts will be age restricted by default unless you verify your age via face scan or ID. There's also a lot more terrible things here, but that's by far the biggest. Discord, by the way, is like the least trustworthy place to be giving your data to. Only a couple months ago, Discord had a huge data breach where hackers got tons of data as well as 70,000 fucking government IDs. Giving Discord your biometric data and ID is like giving your paycheck to a polymarket gambling addict. It's just a terrible recipe for disaster. Now they're going with the standard play from John Madden's playbook here of corporate gobbledygook, where they're saying that this is actually in order to create a safer experience for teens that use Discord. While obviously Discord has had a history of horrible things that have happened to children that have used their service, this in no way, shape, or form is the actual impetus for why they're implementing these changes to harvest your data. They then also have a mention in that tweet there that they're starting a council for US teens aged 13 to 17 to apply to be a part of this board that's supposed to better help steer Discord in a direction that's safer for children. What do you like? How does a kid submit a resume? What's your work experience? We need at least 7 years of, Nickelodeon internships or something in order to accept you on the Discord children's board here. It's a very weird proposal. Now, going to their announcement here, when would users need to verify their age group? Users are only prompted to verify their age group when they attempt to access certain age-restricted content, settings, or features. After completing age assurance, users won't be asked to verify again for future age-restricted actions. A user may be prompted to verify their age group if they attempt to unblur media flagged by our sensitive content filters or attempt to change any of the default sensitivity content filter settings to show sensitive content, turn off message requests, access age-restricted channels and servers, speak in a stage channel, and toggle on age-restricted command settings. Then, in bold at the very bottom, importantly, this does not mean everyone will need to confirm their age just to use Discord. Not yet, at least. I'm sure that's right around the corner. But they knew that they would catch a big load of fucking poop from this for all of their users because nobody wants to just be willy-nilly giving all of their data, their fucking face scan, ID, and everything to Discord, of all companies. A company that literally just had a massive data breach, by the way. Many people can use Discord exactly as they do today without ever being asked to confirm their age. Now, here's the default safety settings that if you attempt to alter, you will then most likely be prompted to fork over your data, whether that's an ID or a face scan. So they're calling it Teen by Default, because these settings establish a clear safety baseline designed with teens in mind, with flexibility for adults to customize their experience. Adults can always choose to verify their age and change them or leave this setting as is. Unless a user is confirmed to be an adult, these safety settings stay in place and can't be changed. So they're immutable unless you are giving, of course, your precious data, which is a currency more valuable than money, which is why every company is scrambling to do everything they can to try and roll out some changes that require you to give them your data. So that way they can sell it to other entities. At this point, it's most likely going to AI-based companies, but it goes all over the place and it always has. So then it goes into lay out the default settings, such as the content filters, age-gated spaces, message requests, friend request alerts, and stage restrictions. So the wacky new philosophy over there at Discord is everyone's a child unless proven otherwise. Children by default. It's a pretty interesting strategy. I don't know if this is what Wumpus has been cooking ever since they banished him to the back rooms or what, but fascinating idea. Brace yourself, because maybe this is a controversial take. This perhaps could be spicy. Do you know how you really protect children on Discord? You don't let children on Discord. This is going to tie into something I was just yapping about a couple days ago, and it's something I've said numerous times over the years, but We are in an era where parents do not want to be parents. They would much rather just plop their kids in front of an iPad or a computer and let the internet raise their kids for them, and just let them have completely unmonitored, unfiltered, unlimited access to the cyberspace, the World Wide Web. And as such, the entire landscape of the internet has shifted to constantly be catering towards children using it, which is extraordinarily different from how it was when I was growing up, where the internet was made for adults and kids had like certain special pockets online. But by and large, the internet was focused on adults using it. Whereas now it's just been normalized for parents to turn their kids loose online and let them run wild. So as a result, everything on the internet has changed in order to compensate for that. And make no mistake, Discord making this change, its primary goal isn't to protect kids using their service. It is to harvest your data because it's going to be very, very valuable for Discord. And getting everyone more and more comfortable with mass surveillance and no privacy turning over your information and data is something that tons of companies are doing everything in their power to do. They just found a convenient excuse to try and paint it as something good, like protecting kids from bad people on Discord. Now, something else in their announcement is this about a toolkit that's going to be introducing age inference to help determine with high confidence whether a user on the platform is an adult. So from the way they describe it, it seems like it's going to be this tool that's monitoring your activity to find patterns of your usage and make an estimation of your age based on what you engage in on Discord. Admittedly, I'm a bit confused on exactly what this is, but from the sound of things, it is something that's running in the background that monitors user behavior. So if you're someone that's frequenting tax channels on Discord in order to help with your taxes, it would likely view that behavior as likely an adult using the account. So then it would just internally have you as an adult account, so you wouldn't need to complete an explicit age verification flow, like if I'm understanding this correctly. Again, I'm not entirely sure what that is. To me, it sounds like what YouTube introduced not long ago, where it monitors user usage behavior and will make an estimation of their age based on what they engage in on the platform. So for Discord, it seems like it's doing that too. And if it determines that you're an adult, you might not have to submit your facial scan or government ID. But again, I could be totally wrong. Now here's Discord treating its users like dogs, trying to coat this pill in peanut butter to make it easier to swallow. We also offer other assurance methods through our collaboration with trusted, privacy-forward partners such as facial age estimation and ID scan, all designed to minimize data use and maximize user control. There's no way of dressing that up in any way that is actually privacy-forward, by the way. We will continue exploring and validating additional age assurance approaches with the goal of expanding options and giving users choices that work best for them. After completing a chosen method, users will receive confirmation via direct message from our official Discord account. A user's assigned age group can be viewed at any time in My Account settings. Users can also go to My Account settings to appeal by retrying the process. We currently only prompt users to age assure when they are in the Discord app and trying to access age-restricted content or update specific safety settings. We do not send emails or text messages about our age assurance process or results. So then they go into the key privacy protections. On-device processing. Video selfies for facial age estimation never leave a user's device. Quick deletion. Identity documents submitted to our vendors are quickly deleted, in most cases, immediately after age confirmation. Not in every case, by the way, just most of them they're like immediately deleted, but usually it's like real quick. Like I'm talking lickety-split. Straightforward verification. In most states, users complete the process once and their Discord experience adapts to their verified age group. Users may be asked to use multiple methods only when more information is needed to assign an age group. Fuck, Jesus. Private status. A user's age verification status is only available to that user and cannot be seen by others. We're intentional about selecting and working with age assurance partners with strong privacy practices and limit data collection to what's strictly necessary for age assurance. There you have it. That's the big changes coming to Discord right around the corner. And don't let Discord deceive you into thinking that this is a change that they're making for a positive reason, like protecting kids that use Discord. That's not actually why they're making this big pivot here at all. It's just in this race that every company on the planet is engaged in to collect as much data as possible and get people as comfortable as possible with just giving their data willingly. So that way they can just harvest it easily, no hiccups. This is not a good change, and it is not something that anyone should be looking forward to. Do I think it's actually going to kill Discord? No. I don't think so. I know a lot of people are saying that this is the end of Discord, and even me with the title RIP Discord, I don't actually think it's going to sink them. I think people are just going to shrug their shoulders and just fork over the data in order to keep using the platform that they've already become accustomed to. I don't believe people ever really have a huge willingness to switch off of things that they become used to. There's endless examples to pull from, even like in gaming. People have set games that are their comfort game, and they maybe might tinker around with playing a new game in the same genre, but typically always go back to the one that they've just spent the most time with, and right now that's Discord. So I don't think that this is going to be, you know, a huge destruction of Discord, even though I think it should be. I just don't think people are actually going to make a switch to something else in its place because people are just too used to Discord's service at this point. But I guess we'll see. I could be entirely wrong. Skype, for example. Skype, by all definitions, was too big to fail. They were the top dog until Discord came around and ate their lunch. Discord was a superior service to Skype, and Skype ate shit for it. It never adapted, it never changed, and it died. So who knows, maybe I'm entirely wrong, and something will pop up now that Discord is in a really rough spot, lost their footing here. Maybe something else will come and take its place, and people will flock to that instead, so that way they don't have to play ball with these kind of new changes. We'll see. I'm just not super optimistic about that happening, but I'd love to be wrong about it. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. I got no wacky intro for you on this one. We're going to be covering a degenerate scumbag streamer who appears to have beat his wife on stream. And now, since it's blown up, he's trying to use a Jedi mind trick to convince everyone that their eyes were wrong. That you had a malfunction in your vision. Because he didn't beat his girlfriend. He only pushed her, actually. Your eyes are wrong. You didn't see what you thought you saw, is his strategy. But how about I show you the clip first, and then we'll go ahead and digest that a bit.
Okay, take these off. Take the lids off. Chill. You need to have no drinks in here. Ow. Ow. What is drinking?
It was in here. It was on this. I don't even know how. I turned around and...
Calm down.
I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do.
Turn your thing off and turn the fan off.
Yeah, it looks like he strikes his girlfriend. Who pushes someone with a closed fist? You can see on that first time he brings his arm back, he has it balled up. You can very briefly see like a frame of what looks like a closed fist. Who is pushing someone like that? And also, she responds to the very loud noise that sounds like a hit by saying ow. She says ow twice, both times after he thrusts his arm forward towards her. So if it wasn't a punch, it was a slap. Either way, he is striking his wife. Like, he's trying to claim that it was just a push, which, by the way, is also a really fucking weird defense too. So like, no, I don't hit my wife, but I push the fuck out of her, actually. I push her so hard that she says ow multiple times. Whoa, guys! Let's pump the brakes, hold your horses. I don't hit my pregnant wife, that's uncivilized. I just push the fuck out of her until it hurts. I cause her physical pain through pushing, not through punching. I use open hand palm strikes in a pushing fashion like a monk. That's what I do. And that's normal. You guys, you're blowing this way out of proportion. It's fucking disgusting, this freak. And now all of this is over him spilling a drink on his setup and him like panicking and throwing a temper tantrum over it. His wife came in to like try and help, and then she's over in the corner, and then you can see him lunge at her twice, throwing his arm at her twice in what appears to be a punch or a slap. Either way, it is a strike. That is not him pushing her, and even if it is him pushing her, it clearly hurt. He caused her pain. You can hear the impact Like, you can't talk your way out of that. You can see and hear this through the clips. But here, let's do a little zoomed in version where you can really more clearly see and hear everything.
Okay, take these off. Take the lids off. Chill. You need to have no drinks in here. Ow. Ow.
I think it's pretty obvious. Now, I'll go ahead and show you his response to it, where he tries his best to convince everyone that they're wrong and he doesn't hit his wife in the face, specifically, is what he clarified. He doesn't hit her in the face. And that what actually happened is that he pushed her. And actually, he pushed her to save her life, actually, because her fingers were caught under the PC, and it was that's what was hurting her. That's what was making her say, ow. And him being so brave and courageous, he pushed her twice, just like that, in order to, you know, keep her safe. His pregnant wife, by the way.
They're saying, like, the grunts make it look bad, like the way I was grunting. Brother, I promise you, brother, I don't know what else to say. Like, it's literally like, no, I grunted in that. I mean, I grunted, but I wasn't hitting her, bro. I pushed her. That's the only thing that I did. I didn't fucking hit her. I would never hit her on her face, bro. That's fucking crazy. She was not crying afterwards. What the hell, bro? She literally was like, she was not crying. She just literally said, turn the fucking thing off. Bro, what I was saying is, if I hit her, she would have been like, yo, what the fuck? Why'd you do that for? What'd you hit me for? It wasn't one push. It was one push, bro. It was literally like...
It's so fucking ridiculous. Like, what he's trying to pull here, it relies solely on people being dumb enough, delusional enough, or just genuinely not caring enough to form their own thoughts on what they can see and hear in the clip, and will instead just take his word for it. The word of an embarrassing cringe fungus that can't stop raging anytime anything happens to him in his goddamn Call of Duty game. This guy flips out constantly, and then he starts becoming Donnie from the Wild Thornberries, and then like going crazy and just like punching and throwing and destroying things around his room. He has so many fucking rage moments, and in one of them, he even like charges at his wife again. But in that instance, he doesn't appear to hit her. Instead, he just like body bumps her, or going for like some kind of like chest bump on her as she tries to check on him to make sure that he's still okay and hasn't given himself some kind of fucking aneurysm or blown a gasket.
You fucking stupid! Oh my god, you just got me banned! 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 You just got me banned!
Stop!
You got me banned! You just got
Stop!
me banned! You just got me banned, dog! You just got me fucking banned!
Stop! Your shit! You're gonna ruin your...
I don't care. I don't give a fuck anymore. You just got me banned. You just got me fucking banned. You just got me banned.
There are just so many clips just like this one of this fucking loser. It became his shtick. Like, I'm pretty sure he tried to make this his whole brand image. I can find clips just like this going back to 2024. He is always just freaking out constantly because he is just a maniac, like an actual lunatic person who needs to be institutionalized.
I swear to fucking God. You think I'm not? You think I'm not? I'm not? You think I'm... And I just spilled it. Of course. The 5 seconds I gotta clean up. There's a... Please, on God. I don't know where my remote went. I don't know where my remote went. Bro. Oh my God, bro. Oh my God, bro. What do I do? Chat, please help me, bro. I don't know what to do. I don't know what the fuck to do. I don't know what the fuck to do. I don't know what the fuck to do. I don't know what the...
He's literally SpongeBob with the ripped pants. This is his one joke. I hesitate to call it that because he actually does just have this level of disorder where he can't control himself. He is just always having violent outbursts, but he tries to use it for his content on TikTok. Like, that's his whole image there, is he's the psychopath guy who's just always fucking angry, it seems. What a complete pathetic loser. How do you even look yourself in the mirror? The shamelessness, man. Like, how? You're just such a fucking weirdo. Now, he does seem to have made a habit out of constantly spilling his drink on his desk because he's always hitting it and freaking out. That kind of thing, always for the sake of his clips on TikTok. But In the one where he starts hitting his girlfriend, or excuse me, his pregnant wife, it seems like he didn't anticipate the drink to spill on his computer and actually cause a problem. So from what I understand, it did actually get in there and cause an issue on his PC, which is why he was freaking out even more so than usual, and then got physical with his wife. Now, to really seal the deal, Jordan Cisco here had a galaxy brain scheme of bringing his wife on stream to defend him and trying to really showcase everything that happened, you know, giving his side of things to make sure everyone understands the truth of the situation. And his wife seems to have a bruise around her eye. That's what it looks like.
I want to see what he says, Chat.
I'm literally like hyperventilating and shit. And then I come in here, and then she comes in running after me. Then I pick up the PC. I put it on top of that PC. You see that PC right there? I put it on top of that PC. All right, you understand? Let me put it in context, bro. So when she's standing there, I'm putting the PC on right here. Hold on, let me see. Wife, can you come and record this, please? Wifey? By the way, I just wanted before I'm talking about before I'm talking about everything else, like, if I ever did hit her, which is insane, I would never hit my wife, and she's pregnant, she would have...
It looks like you can see, like, the fucking mark in her face from where he fucking apparently hit her, you know? Looks like she's got a fucking black eye.
Have stuff on her face. I mean, you could...
I was gonna say, you guys can look here.
Literally see, like,
I have shorts on.
It really does look like that. And his explanation here of, I was stacking the PC on the other PC like Lincoln Logs. You see, that's what was happening here. And then my wife came in and I needed help, and then her fingers got caught under there, so I had to start pushing her, you know, in order to protect her. And she was saying, ow, like it was hurting her because her fingers are under the PC and it's really heavy. It's like tungsten. It's like a tungsten block. Very dense. Fucking 10,000 pounds on her fingers. I had to start just striking at her face to push her off of there.
And I basically, with the cords attached, I was trying to pick up this PC like this, Jack, and I was putting it on this PC. You understand? On this PC that I just had. Nobody saw anything. Like, it was insane. This. Laid it flat like this. Then it got on her fingers. You saw it. It was in the corner of the screen. By the way, nobody saw anything. Like, it was insane. Man saw me use one arm motion and thought I hit her. Like, it's insane.
Listen to his story, Chat. I'll show you the clip. Hold on.
She had her fingers right here. And she literally, that's when she was like, she couldn't get it on the PC. So I pushed her, and she literally was saying ow because of the fucking shit was on her fingers. It was literally on her fingers. This is like, I don't know how much it weighs, but it was on her fucking fingers like this.
The story doesn't make any sense. She wasn't saying ow until you threw your arm towards her, man. And you're saying you only pushed her once, but you can see your arm go towards her twice, and she says ow both times. If the pain was caused by the PC on her fingers, she would have been saying ow or expressing discomfort before you started thrusting your arm towards her, you wife-beating freak. You fucking scumbag. And every sensible, sane person on the planet is calling him out on that obvious lie there. There are no other explanations for what happened here because his official story doesn't pass the smell test. If the pain was caused by her fingers being under the PC, why was she not saying anything like ow until you started doing this at her? And he's saying he only pushed her once, but you can see 2 thrusts towards her. So what, did the second one not happen? That just doesn't exist? He's just rewriting the lore there, just trying to hope that you didn't watch the clip yourself? It's just ridiculous, man.
I'm not, I swear on my life, on my soul, I'm not an abuser. We are in a happy relationship, a very happy, we're literally married, and we've been together for 5 years. Trust me, if there was something up, our whole family would know about it. I'm telling you.
You can hear her saying
please.
ow, ow.
I'm telling you, we are in such a happy relationship. She's going to be talking about herself, by the way. I'm going to be out of the room because I want y'all, I don't want y'all to think I'm being like that.
The skin contact that you guys are talking about, where you're hearing it, Jordan was so freaked out in that situation, and I love him, and I've been with him for 5 years. Like, when Jordan flips out, like, I mean, y'all have seen him many, many times. I mean, if he punched me, I mean, it would be very obvious. I'm very pale. It'd be very obvious if he, like, literally hit me or something. So, her eyes.
She's not really saying that she's not saying he did it either.
What I normally look like all the time.
She goes on to say that if he hit her, it'd be very visible, and that the mark on her eye is just what her eyes normally look like. Now, I haven't seen a picture of them outside of like a stream setting, so I don't know if that's true or not, but it definitely does seem like a mark. But she goes on to defend him, and it's just heartbreaking. And even in the initial clip, after the very clear signs of a strike and the sound of the impact, the skin-on-skin contact, she, like, responds, you know, ow, and then, like, kind of shocked, like, you know, you can hear that. And then she goes back to talking to him as if it's normal, like it's just business as usual, like it's treatment she's used to. And it's fucking heartbreaking to hear that. And for him to then put her on stream like, okay, she's going to talk all by herself. I'm not going to do anything. She's going to talk all by herself. Now she's going to be over here and you can ask her anything you want. She's going to talk all by herself. She's going to be on the... And then she sits there to like defend like, oh no, you know, it's all good. It's just very sad and scary. I just had to yap about this. I'm wishing the absolute best for her and the baby. I really hope she finds a way out of this relationship. I think the evidence is pretty clear that there was definitely a impact that caused pain. If not a punch, potentially a slap. I don't believe his narrative that it was a push, but even if it was just a push, why are you pushing your fucking pregnant wife? Why? Why are you putting your hands on her aggressively like that? He's saying he only pushed her once, which again is easily disprovable. It's categorically false because you can see twice he thrusts his arm towards her. So if it is a push like he claims, he did it more than he's saying he did, and it clearly was aggressive and a violent push. But I am of the belief that it was either a punch or a slap based on the sound of things. A push doesn't make that kind of sound. But I will reiterate again, if it was a push, it's still completely unacceptable to be violently shoving your pregnant wife, you gross fucking scumbag freak worm person. This whole thing has been infuriating. I really think this should constitute not only a ban, but an investigation. This should probably lead to jail time. I would think like they should look into it at least. I think the evidence is pretty clear, but let's see what authorities have to say. I hope there is a follow-up to this because it's just completely unacceptable. So yeah, I wanted to yap about it. That's really about it. So yeah. I just wanted to briefly give you the latest information in the David case and the murder of Celeste Rivas Hernandez. I know I've made a couple videos yapping about this, and it's a really genuinely difficult topic to even talk about because of how disgusting it is. But the reason why I keep bringing it up is because there is a not small number of people, a relatively strong movement, the Dipshits for David, that are constantly trying to brainwash people into believing that David has been framed. They keep regurgitating that, well, they haven't found him guilty yet, thus we know he's innocent and he has been framed, he's actually a victim in all of this, and they're trying to bury all of the real information and muddy everything, even though so much of this evidence is publicly available evidence. That, like, not even all the stuff that's in the case right now, there is so much information you can find that if you have a functioning frontal lobe, will lead you to one conclusion. David is pure evil, and every new piece of information from the prosecution here is beyond disturbing. So I just blabber about this because I want to at least provide the real facts about the case here to try and combat all of the incorrect gobbledygook people are spitting out there, this mumbo-jumbo from this group that for some reason wants everyone to be supportive of David and like plug their ears to what the prosecution is bringing forth. It's fucking lunacy.
Mark, the details alleged by prosecutors are frankly disgusting. In this preliminary 8-page brief signed by LA District Attorney Nathan Hochman, prosecutors paint a picture of a rising pop star who they say lured a young girl and then eliminated her when she threatened to expose their relationship and derail his fame.
This had been brought up previously with the potential motive behind David's killing of Celeste Rivas Hernandez. He had known her since she was 11 and sexually abused her, and he didn't even hide this deplorable situation here. She had appeared in like streams, there's videos of the two of them together. His community was even aware of her, but according to the mods, they didn't know that she was a child. They were unaware of her age, nor did they know that she was reported missing. I don't know if that's true or not, or if the mods are just trying to cover their own ass so they don't end up on the hook and in trouble. Couldn't tell you, but the point is, there is a lot of evidence with these two publicly together in photos, videos, all of that. And at some point, it is alleged that she made a threat about, making it more known that she's a child. She is a minor. And thus the prosecution alleges that the motive was David wanting to save his career because if that information got out, it would damage his blossoming career. So in order to try and save that, he killed her.
In court for the second time today, attorneys for the singer, whose real name is David Burke, fought to seal the brief that prosecutors believe lays out a specific timeline and evidence of 14-year-old Celeste Rivas Hernandez's murder. Prosecutors allege Rivas Hernandez and Burke first met when she was just 11 years old, and they have explicit sexual photos of the two. The brief also claims Burke stabbed Celeste several times and watched her bleed to death.
Now, in the previous information that was provided by prosecution, they were talking about the child pornography that they found on David's phone. Now they are also saying that there are explicit sexual photos of David and Celeste together. So that is probably the child porn that they were referring to then. Also saying that the two had met when she was 11. And the autopsy report was recently made public where the cause of death was revealed to be sharp objects through the torso. So they are alleging that David stabbed her multiple times and then watched her bleed to death.
In the days after prosecutors claimed David had slaughtered Rivas Hernandez, they say he purchased tools to dismember her body. Prosecutors say Amazon delivered 2 chainsaws, a body bag, and blue inflatable swimming pool to David's home, all ordered under a fake name. Prosecutors say David cut off 2 of her fingers because one of them had a tattoo of his name on it. Prosecutors also allege they have text messages that discuss sex between the two, her pregnancy, and an abortion.
Every new piece of information that comes out from this case here is just shockingly evil. Like, this guy is the fucking devil, man. Holy. It's unthinkable. Just actual unfathomable evil. So, there's allegations that she was pregnant and also had an abortion. And they also have evidence of text messages exchanged between David and Celeste about sex. There were some headlines floating around earlier, like yesterday, that apparently said that, this is from Celeste to David, that all they do is have sex and hang out, and she wants something more than that. That's so fucked up. This is a child that David is routinely sexually abusing. Now, the method of chopping up her body to try and hide it was never disclosed to my knowledge, but here the prosecution is saying that they found evidence that he had purchased chainsaws and an inflatable pool, and that's how he was dismembering her corpse. Her corpse was found in pieces in the trunk of his vehicle after roughly 5 months decomposing in there. And another thing is, with this information about her pregnancy and abortion, it reminded me that when this story was first breaking and I was first covering it, there were a lot of screenshots being shared around of things David had said to his community, and one of them did mention a child on the way. Now, I don't imagine Discord screenshots from David are going to be anything the prosecution is going to be using in court in any big capacity. I imagine they have far stronger evidence than that. But even still, the fact that stuff like this exists is extremely alarming, and it is publicly accessible information here. To my knowledge, those screenshots, like the one where he said he had a kid on the way with @deleted_user, haven't been debunked as some kind of hoax or photoshopped or a user that was impersonating him. I haven't seen anything to that effect, but community members seem to think that he was joking about that it was just a bit of a goof about the kid on the way. Though, in light of what the prosecution alleges about Celeste being pregnant and abortion, seems like there's a chance it wasn't a joke. But again, I don't think Discord messages here are going to be something the prosecution is relying on. I imagine they have far more solid evidence, but I just wanted to mention this because it reminded me, and it is just another piece of publicly available information that is out there that is now having even more weight put on it because of what the prosecution has been alleging with everything they have.
And text messages where Celeste threatens to expose Burke and destroy his career. In July, months after prosecutors say he'd stabbed her to death, Burke placed her body in the inflatable pool he'd ordered to prevent her blood from spilling onto his garage floor and used a chainsaw to cut off her limbs.
The medical examiner's report released just last week had noted those pieces of blue plastic in Rivas Hernandez's remains. Prosecutors now say those pieces of blue plastic were pieces of the inflatable pool that they say David had placed her body in. Burke has pleaded not guilty. He will stay locked up in jail until his next court date in May.
I don't think that's some kind of big coinky-dink there that the blue plastic that was noted in that report from the body happens to also potentially match the inflatable pool that they allege he had purchased in addition to those chainsaws. Like, I think if anyone's got their thinking caps on, and if you're actually bothering to pay attention to the case and actually look at the evidence, even the evidence that is publicly accessible, it should be an obvious conclusion here that David is not innocent. He is not some fucking angel, some saint that's been framed by a ne'er-do-well out there that's trying to, ruin David for their dubious schemes. David is pure evil. That's what I believe, and I think all of the evidence points to that fact as well.
Former prosecutor turned criminal defense attorney R.J. Dreiling says David's defense team will seize on one detail.
They note in their brief that David was sending text messages to Celeste after her death. They're going to use that to prove that, look, there's no way he knew that she was dead or responsible for it. He's still trying to communicate with her after her death.
That's a pretty fucking weak argument, if you ask me. No. All of this evidence, it's hooey. It's a load of hooey because the only fact that matters is David was sending her text messages after she was already murdered. Why would he do that if he knew she was dead? Wouldn't make any sense. Checkmate. Gotcha. Like, that's trash. I think that is a complete trash argument because this is clearly someone who is going to great lengths to try and hide this. Chopping up, dismembering her corpse and stuffing it in a trunk. I imagine that even someone with only a handful of neurons could have come up with the scheme of still sending text messages even after death to try and give himself an alibi. Like, no, look guys, I didn't know. See, I sent messages when she was dead. I didn't know. It's, terrible. Who could have done this? We gotta find who did this. There's a maniac on the loose. Like, I think it is a terrible, terrible argument. Now, of course, they're paid to represent him. They have to do their job. I get it, I guess. But my point is, I don't think that's going to be very strong on their side. I just really don't. Anyway, as always, praying that there will be justice for Celeste Rivas Hernandez here in this case, and just wanted to give you the latest update. That's really about it. So, yeah. I like shiny cardboard. I do not like grating the shiny cardboard. I do not like green eggs and ham. I have said it for many moons now. I think grading cards is hooey. I know I've spittin' shit about this topic for a while, but it's true. I just think it's a bunch of horseradish. You pay hundreds, sometimes thousands of dollars to grade your cards, and sometimes they get damaged. Other times, it just feels like it's truly just RNG, the roll of the dice, and it's entirely dependent on whoever's manhandling your card's mood on that given day with whatever grade they decide to dole out. To me, it just always feels inconsistent, so I just really never think that it's worth the money to get cards graded. And I know people make entire careers out of buying and selling graded cards and all of that. All power to you. I'm not your fucking dad. I'm not coming in there with a belt making you stop just because I don't like it. You do what you want to do. But there is just very real problems with the whole practice of grading cards, especially when it comes to things like PSA. And that's what we're about to talk about today. PSA is probably one of the biggest when it comes to card grading. I'm sure all of you have heard their brand name tossed around quite a bit. When it comes to card grading, they're like fucking Kleenex, where when people talk about a graded card, they usually say like PSA plus the number as opposed to like just general card grading. The same way when people talk about tissue, sometimes they say, can you give me a fucking Kleenex? Like, it's gotten to that level where they are just that big. They're kind of the top dog. But I also just really don't like them in particular. I think they're one of the worst in the card grading industry, and it's an industry I already think is full of corruption in general. And today I saw a video breaking down a wild situation where someone had an extraordinarily rare card. I'm talking less than 50 of these cards in the world, at least that are known about. It's a PSA, or was, RIP, God rest its soul, a PSA 10 Deoxys lenticular card. So basically it's 3 art in 1, and it's from over 22 years ago. There are only a handful of these out there, and the estimated price based on like recent data is around $45,000 for this card. And this individual had this card, and they wanted it to get reholdered. And when they sent it to PSA, they fucking blasted it. They annihilated that card, and what he received back was a PSA 6. What they're citing is a PSA 6, noting that it was damaged, unfortunately. And instead of like paying him what the card's actual value would be worth, they aren't willing to do that. They're instead hiding behind this fair market value number they're pulling out of their dirty rectum and offering significantly less. So I want to show you some of this video and go over this because it is very scummy from everything I can see.
This is a holy grail for some Deoxys collectors. And I'll tell you, it's a grail for a reason. It's got it all. It's old and it's very exclusive. It was only given out for the release of Pokemon's 7th movie, Destined Deoxys, and only in Japan was this card given out. And it's super cool because it's the only small lenticulated card to exist. Yeah, here's an example of a lenticulated Charizard card, or what lenticulated means. The card changes depending on the angle you look at it. Here's a little video that shows you how cool this card is.
This Pokemon card is actually 3 cards in 1. When you move this card up and down, Deoxys will change into a different form.
This is just showing you the card itself and what makes it so rare and valuable to collectors. Lenticular shit from back in the day is actually really hype. I don't know if you can see it on camera, but right here, I actually have my original copy of Majora's Mask with the lenticular label on it. It's so fucking cool. And this is a really rare card, especially to find in a pristine condition. It's been over 2 decades. So having a PSA 10 is very, very rare.
This is a sick card, and this particular card was originally graded as a 10. Originally. Now, how did that change? Well, it happened through a process called reholdering. Older PSA as a company, a grading company, was a little more lenient on Pokemon cards, or just cards in general, at the time. So, when you get an older slab, you expect a lesser quality condition of a card, even if it is in a 10. Logan Pulse Pikachu. And you'll see this happen at Pokemon card shows. People will ask if my card has a older certification number, meaning it was graded at a older point in time, and if they are graded at an older point in time, they're actually worth a little less. So what some people do is they get their cards reholdered.
Which is exactly what this individual is doing. They wanted it reholdered so they could have an updated slab showing that it is a pristine 10, even by modern, more strict grading standards, because that would then fetch a higher price to collectors that want to purchase the item. And according to the original Reddit post, they actually did have someone offer in excess of $45K. I'm assuming that may have been dependent on like the reholdering maintaining a 10, which is probably why they were like really gung-ho about doing it. And then disaster struck, and then the Fire Nation attacked.
Now imagine the shock that Brian felt when he submitted his super old, super rare, already in a PSA 10 Deoxys for reholdering, and it came back to him as a PSA 6, losing about 90% of its value. And it wasn't because he did anything wrong, but PSA actually damaged his card. 268-279-56, I actually looked it up, and as you can see, it actually has been deemed back down to an EX Mint 6. They kept the same certification number, and they turned it down from a PSA 10 all the way down to a PSA 6.
Again, just to make sure it's very clear, the reason he was doing this is because with an older slab, it was more lenient, which means buyers wouldn't pay as much because there's a chance it's not actually a tin. Maybe there's like some scuffs here, a little poop over there, like who really knows? So he was getting it reholdered to update that to fetch a higher price. And what happened is, and you can see it through searching the serial number, it got regraded all the way down to a 6. And then after corresponding with PSA via email, which we're about to look at, it's because they fucked it up. They ruined it. They took away the vast majority of the value of this card, which is life-changing money, mind you, all because they made a whoopsie-daisy. Oh, clumsy us, real butterfingers. We seem to have crumpled it up and used it as toilet paper. But don't worry, we slabbed it, and we've updated the serial number in our system, so now everyone will know that this is now a 6. Why aren't you happy? This is what you paid for. So here's the email. My name is Dorothy, and I'm a supervisor for the Customer Relations Department team here at PSA. Thank you for taking the time to speak with me this morning as discussed over the phone. CERT, that's the Deoxys, was unfortunately impacted during our encapsulation process. This did lead the card to no longer merit the grade of a PSA 10. Instead, our head of grading has provided that the new grade is a PSA 6. I am provided the details below. Dorothy, come on! You're going to make a grammar mistake like that? This is less than professional. I am provided. It should be I have provided the details below. Get with the program, Dorothy. Take this seriously. Along with our offer based on our findings of the fair market value. That's a boogeyman term with PSA, by the way.
They say the description, the card, and the original 10. They confirm that it's originally a 10, and they say that the fair market value is $20,000. And here's where we're going to get some issues. They said the grade of the value of the 6 is $750, and with the ordering fees, I can't believe they included the order fee here, that it costed $190 just to destroy their card. And so they go on to say that they would like to offer the market value difference in the form of credit on an account or a check and remove their insane respective grading fee, which, oh my gosh, I can't believe you'd spend $200 just for them to rewrite a number on a card.
Quick pause here, a little halftime show, because I have been screeching about that to the high heavens for so long. PSA overcharges the fuck out of everyone who makes the mistake of using their services. You pay an arm and a leg for the most basic of services, and they arbitrarily jack the price up as they're jacking themselves off on top of your cards, giving you whatever grades they decide to pull out of their ass that day, and their numbers make no sense. It's extremely expensive to do, like, basically anything even remotely adjacent to card grading through PSA. So, like, I'm not surprised at all about the reholdering being nearly $200 just to fucking update the slab. It's crazy, man. It is actually crazy. That price didn't shock me in the slightest. I'm actually surprised it wasn't $1,000, knowing PSA.
They would also like to offer to have the item encapsulated as the current PSA grade or as authentic at no additional cost. How kind of them. As discussed on the phone, I understand you have concerns with initial market values. Please note our fair market value pricing is established by calculating the average sold prices for comparable items. And they say if you show any difference, we'll forward them to the pricing evaluation team. Now, the reason why this is such a crazy deal and such an insane, insulting offer is because the last sale on this card was $45,000. Offering $20K as an average is a spit in the face, and I'll explain later why.
This is where it gets extremely spicy. That card sold only a couple of weeks ago by PSA. And this is where it gets a little conspiratorial, but I think there's a lot of merit to it. There are people that are speculating that they didn't actually damage his card when reholdering it. The encapsulation process, it's a psyop. It's not real. What they're thinking might have happened is PSA, when reholdering that PSA 10 Deoxys that was submitted, they took it and then sold it themselves, and then instead gave him a 6, saying that it was damaged and now it's down to a 6. That is a theory, just a little game theory that a lot of people have, because you need to stop and consider just how unlikely these circumstances are. That PSA had 2 PSA 10 Deoxys lenticular cards from 2004 at the same time when there is only 38 of these cards in the fucking known universe. And somehow PSA had 2 of them at the same time. When this card was being reholdered, they had already been selling this other 10 that they had for $45K. The timing is just very suspicious. PSA was who sold that $45,000 Deoxys. But even setting aside the conspiracy, even if that's entirely just wrong and a bunch of fiddlesticks, they have their own data to pull from for the fair market value. They, PSA, sold this exact same card, this PSA 10 Deoxys, only a matter of weeks ago for $45,000. So wouldn't basic logic stand to reason that they would view that card as $45,000? So why are they now telling this poor guy here who just lost this card now because of their incompetence that actually fair market value is about 20K? So we'll give you 19K because we're splitting the difference here with the 6 and that. When they themselves have already sold it for 45K. They should know that that is the fair market value. That's what you just fucking sold it at. So why are you feeding this guy a bunch of nonsense? Why are you blowing smoke up his butt? That's why it's been like so big. And like, well, I mean, just damaging a card this rare is already going to be a big story, but this blows up even further because of just how fishy and shady this whole thing is from PSA. They sold this exact card for 45K. Why are you now trying to turn around and say that it's only worth 20K to this individual here whom you've just ruined that exact card for? It doesn't make sense. It's weird.
And the thing is, if they gave him a decent offer, I wouldn't need to make this video. They actually threatened the dude if he made it public. This is like the stuff I would expect Kevin O'Leary to write if he was on a PR team. Please let me know once you find those listings or if you choose to accept their offer. Should you choose to accept the offer, due to the offer being over $500, we would need you to sign a standard release agreement. So their excuse is that because the offer is over $500, he needs to sign a hush-hush document. If you approve the resolution as offered, you would receive an email link to the DocuSign to review and sign the agreement. Please be aware that should you accept this settlement offer, our standard settlement agreement includes a confidentiality provision. Sorry, I'm sick. My brain is fried right now. Any public disclosure of the settlement offer may result in our rescinding the offer.
That's pretty stern. That's rather frank, but they do give you a nice little sweet apology at the end saying they sincerely apologize, and I think that's coming from a genuine place. Thank you so much, Dorothy, for that. Now let's get into the meat and potatoes. As he said, if it was like a decent offer, it's like, hey, we blew it here, man. We ruined your card. We'll just give you like the 45K or whatever that the card is worth. We literally just sold one, and we'll move on past this. But they don't do that. Instead, they lowball him an offer based off of just imaginary nothing math because they're trying to screw this guy over. And then they're saying at the end of the email that if he accepts it, they're basically going to lock him into confidentiality where he can't disclose anything about it because it would make PSA look really bad. And I think it's pretty clear he probably hasn't accepted that offer. I imagine, will be rescinding the offer as Dorothy threatened to do in the end of the email there. And I think it just is a really, really bad look for PSA here across the board. I don't think they could have handled this any worse. But I also think this is a really nice look at how a company like PSA operates. I have said PSA is shady for a while. Dorothy calls it a standard form, which leads me and many others to believe that this is just the norm for them, that if they ruin your shit and it's over $500, they'll lock you down into being like quiet about it, so they'll pay you off like hush money and you can't talk about like, the settlement, which I can almost see the logic behind, because like PSA probably doesn't want people hearing that they're ruining cards over like $500 because then people won't feel comfortable sending them the cards. But on the flip side of that coin, it would probably be good for their image to be like, hey, look, mistakes happen. We handle so many cards, this volume. There are going to occasionally be these hiccups. And when that happens, look at all of these people we've taken care of when we've made an error. Like, I feel like you would want them to like say like, no, I was upset about it initially, but then it got squared away. They gave me exactly what the card was worth. But that's clearly not how they operate. They'd rather just have it be like seemingly really lowball fair market value that they just make up poof out of nowhere based on nothing tangible. Like, it looks like what they tried to do is take really old sales of that card and then like kind of take into account their most recent sale and then find the average, but that's a stupid way of doing it because of how much the hobby and just the reselling has blown up. Like, it makes no sense why you wouldn't just take the data from the most recent sale your fucking self has just done. It seems like it's just a very underhanded tactic in order to try and justify these lowball amounts that they're offering that appear to be standard based on Dorothy's email. And the confidentiality, I just don't think is a good idea. Even though I can almost see why they're trying to do that, I think it's still just a shitty look. I think it would be far more effective if they just said, like, again, we made a mistake, and this is how we correct it. Look, he's even posting about it. We gave him exactly what the card was worth when we fucked up. I think that's a lot better than, we fucked up your card, now shut up and take this much lesser amount than what the card was worth.
So in the final picture, Brian includes the sales of all the past, cards of the same card, all the past sales is what I'm trying to say. And as you can see here, the last sale in February 2026 was $45,000. Now, just to clarify, because apparently Tony over here says, my only thing is that the card itself is different in that 45K sale, like different artwork. If you compare the exact same card, then they are fair. Oh my god. This card, they're saying the artwork is different because it doesn't look the same as this one over here. It's the same card. It's lenticulated. It has 3 different artworks on it.
I liked that section because I also saw a couple of people on like the original post saying, dude, what the fuck are you talking about? It's not even the same card. The art's different. So I guess we've reached a point where people don't remember what lenticular means, like what those items are, like what they look like. The reason it looks different there is because it's just at a different angle, so you're seeing one of the different arts. It's lenticulated. There's 3 arts there. Like, Jesus Christ, it's the same card. And it only takes like 1 second, actually 1 second, to just type it in yourself to double check, like, is this the same card? Like, I don't know, it's different artwork, but maybe I just don't know what lenticular means. Let me look it up. Oh, okay. No, I see. Now I get it. But no one wants to do that anymore. They'd rather just immediately just type that stupid shit.
And I know some of you are wondering, like, look at these other sales. They go from, they're 5,500, they're 10K, 15K. Why is this 45K the one we're looking at? Well, you answered your own question. Because as you can see, cards are fluid. Their prices are going to go up. And it's only getting higher as time goes on. And when a card goes up in value, you can't just value the next card you sell based on the average of the past 3. That's not how it works. If anything, the card should be worth more money because as you can see, there's a clear demand for this card and it's going up as time goes on.
Not only that, with a card this rare, every one of those sales, the reason it keeps going up is because there's less and less of them that exist, and there's not going to be more. I would be beyond surprised if we saw another PSA 10 of this card within the next, 2 or 3 years. It's very, very, very rare. So that's the reason it keeps climbing. So the most recent sale being 45 should be the one that they would look at the fair market value for and extrapolate it's at least 45K. You wouldn't be taking the averages of the other ones because it's growing in demand and also in scarcity. There's not going to be more. So it's going to go up. And they know that. Again, this is just a very convenient way of trying to save quite a bit of money here for their boo-boo. Anyway, though, this is a good breakdown of the PSA situation here from Snomnom. I'll link the original in the description. And yeah, that's really about it. So, AI everything. It's coming. Literally everything. Even in the most useless circumstances, AI is being ham-fisted into it. Soon, your silverware is going to be AI integrated, where it'll be telling you, Charles, it seems like you're looking for an awfully big portion of this spaghetti here. Are you looking to put on pounds? Like shaming you or something if you're eating too much food. Like everything is getting AI. Millions of dollars going into the most useless implementations of AI imaginable because it's just this gold rush that has broken the brains of every tech company on the planet. Last night I learned about, of course, the Razer Goon Tube. Then there's the Sony AI patent that will play the games for you if you blow major ass at gaming. There's also the HyperX Brain Reader AI headset. It's all just so fucking fundamental trash. Even from a conceptual standpoint, they are just terrible ideas that AI does nothing to actually improve anything with what they're pitching here. It just makes shit worse and makes everything more expensive for consumers. It sucks. So let's see a little bit more about it, huh? You saw Razer's new AI waifu hologram. It's called Project Ava. Just like an Alexa, but your little AI assistant. Let's take a peek. Project Ava, Razer's AI gaming assistant, has physical form now. Whoopee! Wow. For gamers who want their backseat gamer to be a little cute. For those who need a refresher, Project Ava is Razer's real-time gaming co-pilot, an AI assistant that essentially acts as a backseat gamer for you. While you're playing, Ava, represented here by a character named Kira, offers live advice, tips, and commentary overlaid directly on your screen as the game unfolds. It's coaching, but with a personality and a face. There's a trailer for it. You can change the waifu into faker. You can change the hold on, maybe I was too quick to judge. You can change the waifu into faker.
Wakey, wakey, rise and shine. Morning, Joey. You were snoring again. Definitely wear your favorite green jacket. Look, now we're really vibing.
That's the saddest shit I've seen in my fucking life, man. My heart breaks for someone who purchases this and relies on this kind of interaction. It is designed to keep you inside forever and away from human beings.
I think you're onto something.
Hold A, soldier. We need more air support.
Yeah.
Whoa, clean shot. Nice one.
Oof. Maybe aim for the head next time? Break line of sight.
Yeah, that's what I want. I want my fucking AI assistant to be sassy and insulting me while I'm playing League of Legends and feeding in mid lane. That's what I'm looking for. Thank God.
Switch to burst fire mid-range.
GG, that was amazing. Ready to go again? This is Project Ava, your AI desk companion.
Oh! I hope Faker got paid millions for that. AI girlfriend gonna point out every missed CS. Have you tried killing the cannon minion? It'll give you an advantage in lane. PC's gonna cost 10k because of the AI goon jar. True. It is like a little fucking goon tube in here, huh? Very cool. They have a camera installed on it for some reason. How else are they gonna know if you're hitting those nasty headshots? And if they can't see it, they can't offer incredible advice such as, have you tried switching to burst fire for mid-range? Or whatever the guy said. It needs the camera. What, you think it's gonna be like spying on you or something? Why would it do that? It makes no... You sound crazy. You sound crazy. It's for the sake of helping you game, brother. It's your AI assistant. It wants to see you as much as you want to see it. Bringing her to Dave & Buster's so she can backseat me at the Crane Games. Oh my god. That's unlocking the full potential. Bring her to the casino to gamble. Well, she wouldn't be able to help you gamble. That'd be a worthless use. Have you seen the news of PlayStation AI patent could see games play themselves when players get stuck? Sony AI patent will see PlayStation games play themselves when players are stuck. AI-generated ghost player assistants would help out players who can't progress in a game. As described in patent documents, Ghost Player would see players call down an AI-generated ghost version of the player character, which could either play out the solution to a particular part of the level or complete it entirely. Originally filed in 2024, World Intellectual Property Organization published an international status report on the patent this week. For example, if a player were stuck on a puzzle in an Uncharted game, then they should just stop playing games forever. Holy shit, that would be beyond tragic. The guide mode would seemingly present an AI-controlled Nathan Drake demonstrating the solution before the player did it themselves. The complete mode would simply complete the section for the player. I just don't even... What would even be the fucking point in playing? I don't get it. Just, if you're that stuck, just look up a gameplay video of it on YouTube. Look up like a fucking walkthrough. Grow up. Oh my god, what a huge waste of time and resources to make a ghost player. Oh my god, this is our reality. Oh my god. Holy ads. I'm so tired of you guys not appreciating good ad placement. We still have unused space for more ads. So you're not even getting the worst of it here. It's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's only 8. And only one auto-playing ad. I can even see the article here. Like, well, pieces of it. Also in AI news, HyperX just revealed an AI gaming headset that can read your mind and make you play faster. HyperX reveals headset that uses AI to read your brain and make you faster. Great news in gaming here. Nothing but positives, huh? HyperX and Neurable revealed the collaboration that has given way to AI-powered sensor-fitted neurotechnological gaming headset. It uses non-invasive sensors to read brain waves and encourage gamers to boost their performance. The combination of HyperX peripheral technology and Neurable's cognitive monitoring solutions endeavors to give players insights into their real-time brain performance and reduce their reaction times. Whoa, that's so cool! It was claimed that testing participants resulted in an improved reaction time of around 43 milliseconds on average, a number that was made even more pronounced by testing the headset with pro esports players. A promising future of gaming, one where understanding your mind becomes as natural as understanding your mechanics by making brain-computer interfaces intuitive and invisible inside the tools players already use. We're proving that neuroscience can meaningfully elevate performance and transform the way people play. We've always been about empowering power players with the best technology to play, and now with our strategic collaboration with Neurable, we look forward to giving more insight into how one's cognitive skills and focus impacts their gameplay to ultimately make them as competitive as possible. Am I understanding this correctly? So it doesn't actually like do anything to like jolt your brain into being faster. It's giving you data on your reaction times and stuff. Is that what it is? It's giving you insight into how your cognitive skills and focus impact your gameplay. Which, to me, feels pretty fucking obvious. But I guess hard numbers maybe helps someone out there. I don't need to know that my reflexes are shit. See, that's what, like, I don't see how it helps you improve your reaction time by just giving you the data. I can also get my reaction time data by going to, like, humanbenchmark.com and testing it. I don't see how this improves reaction time by, on average, 43 milliseconds. But shit, who am I to doubt the power of AI? Imagine the superhuman you could be if you combined all of these. AI gaming headset for reaction time, AI goon tube for backseat gaming, and the AI patent to play the game for you. You would be the next Faker. It's like Lawnmower Man. It is very much like Lawnmower Man. Actually, that's a good point to bring up. How are gaming companies prepared to deal with fake AI players? They're not. They just literally are not. They can't even deal with human cheaters right now, let alone AI bots that play their games. There's nothing they will be able to do to stop it. And all online gaming will suffer when that becomes more commonplace. You think this is also geared towards accessibility and disabled players for Sony, that is? I could see that argument in some capacity, but it's not like... The accessibility it's offering is more so like we'll just complete it for you. That's kind of the antithesis to accessibility. I actually think all of the accessibility that Microsoft has done is in a good direction. I know I poo-poo on Microsoft all the time, but I am actually always impressed with how seriously they take accessibility controls for disabled gamers. This is not really that. This is just giving you the solutions or doing it for you. That's not really an accessibility tool. Why do we need this when they already have Atreus telling me how to solve a puzzle? That's true, they already did accomplish this without AI. They didn't need patents for Atreus just vomiting out every solution. What's the difference between watching a video and watching AI do it for the solution, though? The difference of millions and millions and millions of dollars in resources poured into the AI doing it for you when you can just for free right now without any big detrimental effect on the industry, type in YouTube Uncharted walkthrough for whatever you're stuck on. That's the big difference. You hear NVIDIA is reproducing 3060 GPUs? I saw the headline, I forgot to look into that. I wonder if they're going to be the same price that they were back when it first released. My gut tells me probably not. Why do you think Valve cares so much about something being AI or not compared to other companies? For me, it's a pretty obvious answer to that. I don't even know if it's the right answer, but maybe it's just because of my faith in the company. Valve has shown for almost 2 decades now that it really does value a good product. It values the consumer, and that's why it has a de facto monopoly on PC gaming. People just choose Valve despite there being alternatives. No one goes to them because Valve is just the gold standard. It actually is just the most consumer-friendly platform in the space, period. So I feel like Valve understands that the consumer wants to be informed on if the product uses AI. So Valve gives you the tools to see that yourself and make your own decisions if that means something to you. Whereas other companies, they make all those decisions and don't give a fuck about like what the consumers or players actually want. It's all about how they can squeeze money out of them. That's what I think. It could be wrong though. But I feel like Valve has a very good track record when it comes to just like actually delivering a quality product. Because there is literally no reason why every company wouldn't just follow Valve's example when it comes to AI. Just tell the consumers if this is an AI game. If they don't like AI games, they won't play it. If they like AI games, they'll buy it and play it. There is nothing wrong with giving consumers more information. That is a good thing, no matter how you spin it. Keeping it a secret, that's shady, that's scummy. Remember, Valve started Battle Pass. Did they? I don't think they were the first. What they did start, though, is gaming gambling. The loot boxes. they started that one. They opened Pandora's box there. I don't know about the Battle Pass, though. The Dota 2 compendiums were the first Battle Passes. I think all of this started with Bethesda trying to sell us horse armor. It would have always ended up this way. Bethesda was just the first one to do it. There's no world where gaming evolving into the absolute juggernaut industry it is today wouldn't have been exploited in the exact same way, with or without horse armor. Yeah, that's how we got on this subject, was talking about Project Ava. That's how we went down this fucking rabbit hole. It is such... I hate it. It's so ass. I really do not even see who this in particular is for. I don't. Outside of Gooners. Like, I mean, like, the target demographic it's looking for is, like, gamers looking to improve their gaming and also have, like, a social companion. But I don't see it ever being utilized for that. It will absolutely just be, like, a replacement friend. Who the fuck is going to want AI to backseat game them forever? Offering snarky remarks like, have you tried hitting your headshots? Sounds like shit. You lack empathy. I don't know if that's a meme or not. I've said this a million times. My heart fucking breaks for the people that are growing up with this kind of thing being normalized and like their main socialization coming through a computer screen, not being able to connect to human beings. I have so much empathy for that. 1,000,000%. Which is why I advocate so strongly for disconnecting, bucking the trend of relying on AI to be your pathway into the world, or what you think is the world, and instead going out and actually trying to make meaningful connections with human beings and socialize with real people. You sound like the Unabomber. Was the Unabomber talking about AI GoonTubes too? I haven't read his manifesto in a while. I can't recall if that was one of his big pillars. Ironically, there's another AI waifu hologram made for lonely people. It's called Lepro Amy. It's designed specifically for emotional intimacy. Surely that will help all of the lonely people. That's the solution. To isolate further. Can't say I've heard of this one. Lepro Amy? Oh yeah, this was also announced at CES. And it is also another GoonTube. Well, I guess not fully a tube. You'd have to like pop that off, which it doesn't seem like would be very easy. Lepro Amy, a device the Chinese company openly markets not just as AI companion, but an AI soulmate. Oh, good idea. There was no live demo as the show floor was too loud, according to staff, which felt oddly fitting for a product meant to simulate emotional intimacy. Even silent, Amy drew a crowd. Very cool. What do you mean you remain unconvinced that people don't need an AI friend or soulmate? That's why we're born in this world, to find our AI soulmate. And then die in front of it, fucking 80 years completely alone, living off Doritos and pizza and broken dreams. That's the utopia. Wasn't there a movie about that? There's a few movies about that, but there's one people always reference, the Joaquin Phoenix one. Her, I think. A guy who married Miku was just living in 2025. Oh man, that guy was so ahead of his time. What was his name? I can't even remember now. The guy who married Miku a few years back? Yeah, this guy. He saw the vision. He knew where we were heading. And now we locked down Miku so no one else can have her. Didn't he get sad when Miku underwent maintenance? Yeah, that was actually... This whole story is really sad. Like, it is like legitimately sad. But you're referencing when they brought her down for like a patch or something, so his wife basically died for a little while. The whole thing is like legitimately actually sad though.